So welcome everybody to the May meeting of the Amherst County School Board. Dr. Wells, did you want to say a word?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, members of the board, tonight before we do a moment of silence, I just want to ask we keep some folks in our thoughts and prayers. We had Joseph Carriaga was a student at Manelson Middle School. He was in 8th grade at Manelson. And we received word late Friday evening, early Saturday morning that he had passed away from Burkitt's lymphoma. This was a fairly quick acting illness with him, and so we just want to keep him and his family and friends and also the staff at Manelson in our thoughts. He also had a sibling at Manelson and another sibling at Amelon, and he went to school at Masson Heights, so please keep the ACPS family in your thoughts. And then additionally, we were notified of the passing of a former teacher, Miss Rebecca Jones, who taught at Central Elementary School for over 30 years, and she passed away on April 13th of this year. Personally, I went to school with her children, and we also want to keep her family in our thoughts as well, but especially the Carriaga family, what they're having to deal with right now with the loss of a child, and just keep them in your thoughts as we move forward. Thank you.
Okay. So if we could all stand for a moment of silence and pledge allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, board, moving on to 1.02. Need an approval of the agenda.
Make a motion, we approve the agenda for this evening.
Good. We got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Dr. Wells, we have an agenda.
All right, thank you, sir. So first tonight, we have several recognitions. It's getting that time of year, but for our first recognition tonight, we need to recognize our 2 student reps on the school board. So Lily and John, I just want to personally say thank you for your time and service. Y'all made this your own. Really appreciate the fact y'all went down to the schools and really trying to get other viewpoints besides just the high school viewpoint. But, you know, just appreciate all the work and time you put into this year, and we wish you the best as you move forward with your lives at Sweetbriar and Hampton, and hope, you know, you have a fruitful life, and if we can ever be of assistance to you, please don't mind reaching out and letting us know, and I'll be glad to help out any way I can. In honor of that, we have a little gift for you. So what these say, they're both with their names on it, but in recognition of your exceptional dedication and invaluable service as student representatives on the Amherst County School Board, presented Amherst County School Board Student Representatives, 2324, every child, every day. So John, there's yours. Excuse the fingerprints. And Lily, there you go. We have anything you want to say now? You can wait till your comments later. Okay. We have to take pictures.
That's right. Okay.
Be here a while. Again, thank y'all for your service. Took a lot. I know there's some couple nights you were probably here wondering what you got yourselves into, sitting here kind of late. But we do thank you for coming and serving us this year, so thank you. Next, we have want to recognize, we're starting back up with business partnerships. And our first partnership we're going to work with is with a company that I'm excited to be joining with on this. So we have Hickey Plumbing, Air and Electric, and we have their team, the supervisor team here, but Stephen Jefferson is the current owner of the company. And so this kind of started back, I guess Mr. Maddox kind of started this a little bit with some talk last year about how we can do some internships and things of that nature, but we're just excited to be with them and work with them. But they're going to offer some internship type opportunities for our students and ride-along programs for some of our students with them. They're also going to work with us and do some home wellness programs for our staff and give them maybe some opportunities there for some discounts on some things there. But the big thing is just partnering with them and being able to have a business partnership with the community. We're so thankful they chose Amherst County. They could have gone anywhere in the area, but they chose to come here in Amherst and really chose right down the street here at the old Brockman Chevrolet building. And so it's really close to the high school, gives us a great partnership there too, because it's easy once we get this partnership developed for students to be able to get to them and back to the school without having a long travel distance. But we're just excited again for us to have this partnership. So we're going to have a signature. We get something to sign here in a little bit, but I'll ask Mr. Jefferson come forward if he wants to say a few words about this and what they have going on here in the county.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. Just want to thank everybody for coming tonight. Just talk a little bit about Hickey Plumbing and Electrical. I purchased a business from Fred Hickey about 3 years ago. We just bought the building down here at Brockman Chevrolet. It's going really well. Been a huge support with the community, and I just want to thank everybody for that. It's really been neat to kind of talk to the people in the community, and everybody can tell us exactly what we're doing to our building. They know everything we've done. We went to a thing for a pancake breakfast, and the guy was like, "Yeah, we saw where you did this, and you've done this, and you've done this, and you've done this, and you've done this," and he just named everything off like in order. So it's pretty good, but just really excited about the partnership with the school system. Looking forward to doing some apprentice type stuff and to kind of just showing the trade, showing that it's something else other than just going to college. That, sometimes that's just not for the certain people, and I think you can make a really good living doing plumbing, air, and electrical work. And we're looking forward to teaching everybody in the community about that. So again, thank you all for everything, and looking forward to the partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, this partnership also, gives some of our students an opportunity to go to the school, go through working with them in terms of them, but possibly just staying in the community as a job, right? So that's the whole purpose of this. We want our students to stay here in the community, support our community. And I can't think of a better way to do that than with them, this organization. So we have something we need to sign real quick. Mr. Terry? And I'll go ahead and get this one too. There you go. All right. Your spot's right there on the end.
Show me where I'm skipping. X. Thank you. Right there.
As long as you can see that line, we're good.
Right. Shh. You'll get there.
All right, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, do you want to have your whole team up for a picture?
Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah.
Guys?
They all roll their eyes.
They don't want pictures.
Do you want it framed or just?
Thank you, Justice. All right, Ms. Ligon, I need you a little bit to, yep, thank you, perfect. Okay, 1, 2. Thank you.
This is what having a good team is all about. They told me I forgot something. So just want to invite everybody to next Friday. We're having an open house and a ribbon cutting. The open house is just to kind of let everybody come and see what we're doing at the building. It's going to be from 11 to 4, and then we're going to have a ribbon cutting at 12. Hot dogs, hamburgers, food all throughout the day. So just stop by and just come on, check us out, and see what's going on. So everybody's invited. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. 2 of us have baseball games to go to, so we're going to get out of here. So I'm sorry but that's important too.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just want to say thank you to whoever set this up. These type of partnerships, I think, are crucial for our community, for our kids. I'm excited to see this tonight, and I hope that we have more to come. Thank you.
Just trying to space them out a little bit.
Love it.
Thank you, sir. All right. Have our students of the month. So I'll have our students of the month. When I call your name, I'm going to read why you were selected as student of the month, and you can come forward. We'll stand up here, and then we'll take a photo at the end. For parents, once the photo's done, we'll get the photo to your principal, and they can get it to you so y'all can get the photo, okay? But you're welcome to take your own photos too, okay? All right, we'll start with Amherst County High School. And we have Connor Boyette. Mr. Pryor nominated Connor. Is Connor here? Come on up, Connor. Mr. Pryor nominated Connor and stated that Connor has been a model student for 4 years. He is always willing to help with extra projects that come through the shop. Most recently, Connor helped to make the centerpieces for the Education Foundation Luncheon and also helped to put together the Golden A Awards. Most importantly, Connor serves as a consistent role model for the younger students in the classes and is always patient while working with them. Way to go, Connor. Congratulations. From AEC, we have Xavier Worley, and I don't believe he is with us this evening. Okay. Xavier is always in a good mood, laughing, smiling, getting along with staff and students alike. He has a positive attitude, contributes to class discussion, and works diligently on his assignments. He is polite and works hard in class, which is shown by the good grades he has. He is cooperative, willing to help if we ask him to move something, help empty the fish tank, run an errand. He will always volunteer to help other students and staff if he sees there's something he can do. He participates well in class, and it's just a lot of fun having him in our classes. Congratulations to Xavier. Amherst Middle School, we have Reagan Kirko. I don't believe Reagan's here this evening. Okay. Reagan is an exceptional sixth grade student at Amherst Middle School. She excels in the classroom and on the sports field. Reagan plays volleyball, basketball, and softball as an asset to each team. She is also an active member of the Amherst community. Reagan is known for her kindness and compassion towards others. She always goes out of her way to make sure others feel supported and valued. I've never heard her say anything negative about anyone. It is with great pleasure that Amherst Middle School presents Reagan Kirko as our Star Student of the Month for April, and we're extremely proud of you, Reagan. Manelsa Middle School, Jasmine Ferguson. All of her teachers state that Jasmine is a joy to have in class. She is an excellent student who cares greatly about understanding new concepts and asks questions when she doesn't. Jasmine started at Manelson in January of the school year and has since taken off and created many new friends. She is kind, intelligent, a team player, and an all-around great student. Earlier this school year, Jasmine was the winner of the Amherst Women's Club essay contest. Currently, Jasmine has straight A's in all of her classes, and we're proud to have her as an Ellison Trojan. Congratulations. Emmeline Brindley Schaefer. Come on up, Brindley. There you go. All right. Brindley is responsible, respectful, and resilient. She works hard every day. She is always quick to help others in need. She is filled with compassion whenever another student is hurt or sad, and even offers solutions such as take deep breaths. She is a great problem solver and even offers solutions when the teacher has a problem. She is an outstanding young leader. Congratulations. Amherst Elementary, Antoine Brown. Antoine comes to school ready to learn and is a role model to his peers. He is honest, determined, and respectful to his classmates and teachers. Antoine is creative and works hard to achieve his goals. If he reaches an obstacle, he works even harder to overcome it and doesn't give up. I'm so proud of Antoine. I have no doubt that he is going to go on to do great things. Congratulations. Central Elementary, we have Riley Willis, and I don't believe Riley can be here this evening. This exceptional student shows the very best qualities Central Elementary School aims to foster in its students. Not only does she consistently demonstrate remarkable dedication to her studies through her hard work and perseverance, but she also radiates kindness and warmth, creating a welcoming and inclusive atmosphere for her peers. Her quiet confidence is a testament to her inner strength and resilience, inspiring others to strive for excellence. For all these reasons, she shows the Wildcat way. Congratulations. Elin Elementary, Ella Hall. Ella's upbeat demeanor and kind disposition inspires me. Every day in class, she demonstrates concerns for others. Ella's commitment to school makes her a role model for other students. Her willingness to learn and obvious love for school motivates me to teach. Congratulations. Madison Heights Elementary, Michaela Sandage. Michaela is one of the sweetest children you'll ever meet. Always wearing a smile, Michaela is kind, courteous, and respectful to everyone she meets. She inspires those around her to strive for excellence and kindness in everything they do. Congratulations, Michaela. In Temperance Elementary, we have Brody Mays. So Brody is the perfect model of the ATSS at Temperance. He is the consummate example of what it looks like for a Temperance Tiger to be thoughtful, trustworthy, and a team player. Brody excels both academically and as a classmate. He's a straight A student, winner of the TES Spelling Bee, and a proud member of the Temperance Tiger 2014, where he finished in the top 8 for the entire county. He is respectful, very well-mannered, and always has a smile on his face. Congratulations. We're going to do a quick picture.
Okay.
We got some parents. Go ahead. Don't stay. One more. Congratulations, guys. And parents, you're welcome to stay. But I won't, punish you if you're free to go if you would like. But if you want to stay, you're more than welcome to stay. But if not, we understand. Thank you. Have a great night. All right, next we're going to have our staff recognitions. And so these are our staff of the month for the month of April. And we'll start with the high school and work our way back down again. And our staff of the month get a my treat from Starbucks this month. Get some coffee as we go on these SOL tests. You might need it. All right, high school, Miss Melinda Ellis. So Ms. Ellis has dedicated her career to helping students in so many ways. Most notably, Ms. Ellis has been a huge reason for the increase in English scores, specifically within our subgroups, leading to our accreditation status. Mrs. Ellis spends countless hours tutoring and remediating students to help them achieve on their tests. She is a true team player, and we are blessed to have her in our school. Thank you, Ms. Ellis. We have Ms. Lisa Mays at AEC, and I don't believe she is here this evening. Ms. Lisa Mays, besides being the best custodian in Amherst County, keeping our school in tremendous shape, spotless, she is very personable and keeps a smile on her face every day. She is also pleasant to be around. Our school looks awesome because of the fantastic job she does. She is willing to help us however she can. If we need something moved, if we make a mess, if we're looking for a student, Ms. Mays is such a good role model for our students. Our school wouldn't be the same without her. She works quietly in the background and often is heard giving pep talks to the students. Congratulations, Ms. Mays. Amherst Middle School, Mary Allison Fitzgerald. Ms. Fitzgerald is an amazing teacher who is always willing to and ready to support her students in any way she can. She goes above and beyond to challenge her students to be their best, and also challenges herself to be the best she can be for them. She puts in countless hours to teach, mentor, and support her students. Ms. Fitzgerald is also a very active member of the Amherst Middle School family. In addition to teaching 8th grade English, she is the captain of our ATSS team, a member of the Amherst Middle School leadership team, serves as a lead mentor teacher, and does whatever it takes to help Amherst Middle School create students who are respectful, responsible, and resilient. We are fortunate to have teachers like Ms. Fitzgerald at Amherst Middle School, and we are honored to present her the Star Faculty of the Month for April. Manellison, Ms. Melissa Ragland. Mrs. Ragland has been chosen as the Manellison Middle School Faculty Staff of the Month because of her unwavering dedication and exceptional commitment to her students and school community. For 15 years, Ms. Ragland has fostered an environment of inclusivity, respect, and learning. Her consistent and fair approach resonates deeply with her students, who admire her for her support and guidance. Ms. Ragland collaborates with her colleagues and makes decisions to put Manellison and the students at the forefront. Thank you and congratulations, Ms. Ragland. Amelon Sabrina Carter. Mrs. Carter is a patient and loving member of our staff. She is always willing to help with office and many other student needs we have. She consistently goes above and beyond to help all children and has a friendly, welcoming presence that makes the office inviting. She helps with the boo-boos from recess and is helpful in many areas outside of the parameters of her job description. Congratulations. From Amherst Elementary, Ms. Kim Stark, and I believe she is with us this evening. Kim goes above and beyond for her students. She uses collected data to be responsive in addressing specific student needs. She also works alongside classroom teachers to help them implement best practices. Her willingness to always help in any capacity makes her an asset to our school. Congratulations, Ms. Stark. And we have Jimmy Jones from Central Elementary. I don't believe he is with us either. And Mr. Jones serves as one of the Central Elementary School's custodians. However, his impact and his presence go far beyond his job title. Mr. Jones constantly interacts with all staff and students in a positive way. In addition, Mr. Jones will always say yes whenever he's called upon to do something, whether that is helping move something, cleaning up something in the room, or assisting with students as they transition in the hallways. Mr. Jones has an infectious smile and overall positive attitude that improves the school culture at Central Elementary School. Congratulations to Mr. Jones. Camille Wilson, Elon Elementary School. It is obvious just how much dedication Camille has to her students, co-workers, and school. She always has fun activities planned for her students. She always acts with the utmost kindness and patience towards anyone. I always see her at school past working hours to make sure everything is ready for the next day. She is the one who stays on top of which staff members have been sick, on leave, have upcoming birthdays, whose day of celebration it is, etc. She is always making sure someone feels cared for, welcomed, and loved. She is an absolute best. Congratulations. Leslie Kahn, Madison Heights. Can? Dedicated and committed, she tirelessly pours her heart and soul into enriching the lives of her students each day. She fosters a nurturing learning environment where every child feels valued and supported. She goes above and beyond to ensure her students grow as learners and develop essential life skills and confidence. Her passion for teaching radiates through her every action, leaving a lasting impact on the young minds she nurtures. We are very lucky to have her as a part of our team. Congratulations. Nancy Jones, Temperance Elementary. She is not with us this evening. Much goes on around Temperance that greases all the wheels of the Tiger machine to make things run smoothly. It is essential that everyone pulls in the same direction, and Mrs. Jones is a valuable piece of that machine. She's absolutely all over the building, taking care of any little thing that teachers need. She has been instrumental in the third graders being able to cover their 45-day plan. She has given many years of service to Amherst County Public Schools, and she has made a tremendous impact on our lives. Congratulations to Ms. Jones. And we have Diane Branch from Transportation. Mrs. Branch has been a driver for ACPS going on 17 years. She takes pride in working for ACPS, showing her support on and off the bus. Ms. Branch is always willing to accept other duties to whatever capacity needed with a smile and gentle hand. Mrs. Branch is a very direct person who will make sure her students follow the rules while on the bus for their safety and hers. On her current run, she has a large number of students who are ESL. She has developed a relationship with these parents where they can communicate to achieve the same goal, no child left behind. She is always polite, proper, respectful to her teammates, school, staff, administration, parents, and students. Not to mention her sense of humor always keeps us on our toes. Thank you, Ms. Branch, for always being there to support the team. You're a gem. Congratulations, Ms. Branch. And finally, Joe Goldman. So tonight, I'll say this. The reason we have wires in here is not because of him. There was a mix-up with the switchgear at the county, and they couldn't get it fixed before tonight. Parts been ordered, but that's on the county side, not on our side. So, Mr. Goldman has been with Amherst County Public Schools for the past 18 years. In his role as a supervisor of technology, he provides direct support to all ACPS employees in regards to their technology needs so that high-quality instruction may be offered to all students. His work with the school board and members of senior staff in supporting the vision and mission of ACPS is exceptional. He regularly offers technology updates, as well as an effective plan to move forward with the 120 initiative that ACPS completed during COVID. He is forward-thinking in regards to the safety and security of our network systems, and has always supported the implementation of a future classroom model that allows for more technology in the hands of students. His insight of technology needs for ACPS is integral to the success of high school construction project. Not only is his work well respected by staff and employees of ACPS, but his personal motto of serving others holds him in high regard throughout the Amherst community. Congratulations, Mr. Goldman.
Mrs. Thompson, could you go to the right? Ms. Ligon, a little bit to the right. Perfect, thank you. 1, 2, 3.
Taller.
Yeah. All right. So next we have our recognition of our 25-year employees. And so I'll say this. I remember when I was working towards the 25-year. Now I'm a little bit past it. I can remember back to the 25-year mark now versus moving towards it. But, you know, it's great to recognize these folks, 25 years in Amherst County Public Schools, and the service and dedication they've given our students over those 25 years. So I greatly appreciate all they've done and for sticking with us and being a part of the team here in Amherst County. So thank you for your 25. I won't say 25 more, but at least a few more years to go. And so we'll start with Ms. Sabrina Carter. Ms. Lydia Cruz. Ms. Jennifer Edmonds.
Jennifer Edmonds, still
Ms. Brenda Fitro. Ms. Helen Floyd. Ms. Sarah Nelson May. Mr. Mike Padgett. Like yesterday, I was coaching. Ms. Betty Stinson. All right, and I'm just name off the ones who aren't present this evening. Anita Adams, Catherine Bunch, Robert Curd. I think we have some games tonight. So he's in Lexington. Melanie Lewis, Debracia Sales, and Amy Wade. or other 25 years. And you can see we probably need a few more men into the. Thank you all very much. Roll. All right. Ready to keep going?
Let's do it.
All right. So next we have our Central Virginia Regional Science Fair winners. And so, again, we had some students that had great accomplishments this year with that. So we want to recognize them. So we'll start with Margot Marseille, first place in chemistry and VSSEF State Fair. Central Virginia Governor School student Allison Lobb, first place in physics. Another CVGS student, Jenna Burke, second place in cellular and molecular. Congratulations. We have Carly Cunningham for third place in physics. We have Caitlin Baxter, honorable mention, environmental science, and the RICO Award for environmental sustainability. Congratulations. And we had CVGS student Audrey Collins for an honorable mention in plant sciences. And now so we have three governor school students, but the other three, we have two sophomores and a freshman who are up here who won these awards. So that is something to be very proud of and be recognized for. So we thank you for that and wish you the best. We'll get another quick photo real quick, and just congratulations on all the hard work and thanks for all you do. All right. I might need to
Get my steps in.
go. Yeah, we're getting our steps. You getting your steps in tonight? I might need to go back and get my other piece of paper here. So next on the agenda is recognizing our students for the Jobs for Virginia Graduates Leadership Day Conference they went to. So we had three students participate in the Jobs for Amherst Graduates, what we call. They also went to the state level Jobs for Virginia Graduates Leadership Day Conference on March 21st at Radford. While there, students participated in leadership activities, heard a motivational guest speaker, attended the awards program, and networked with other students from across the state who are members of the JVG. As part of the awards program, three of our students were recognized. So we had Malik Ware, won the resume competition for the JVG Region 2. Yeah. He also I was pretty sure he did, but he also won first place in Weldon Wars. And pretty sure has a job already lined up, right? Congratulations. We had Devin Grant and Connor Boyette, and they received the JVG Coin Challenge Recognition Program. And the Coin Challenge Program displays the traits of leadership and service to exemplary degree. So congratulations. Congratulations. Mr. Terry?
How's that? Okay.
Ms. Justice?
I'm
one
working
here.
on it.
1, 2, 3.
All right, so next we have a recognition of some of our teachers again. The WISE recognition program, and so with that, we're in this econ personal finance teachers, but with that, our students were in the top 100 in the nation. I don't know how far in the top 100. Terry Sue, you may know how far we were, but it was after. So we're in the top 100 of the nation. So that's out of 49 states do this, and we're in the top 100 of all those in the country. So that's something to be very proud of, and we really want to recognize our teachers for the work they put into making that happen. So it wouldn't happen without you. So start with our folks that are here. Terry Sue O'Hara. Ms. O'Hara. You get to stand up front. There you go. Mr. Scott Lockhart. Mr. Doug Maddox. And we also have Miss Christy Forbes. Christy can't be here. Have a little dance coming up this weekend, I believe. She was kind of swamped in prom, getting ready for that. She's also the prom sponsor for that, so she's not here with us. But so again, I just want to thank them for the hard work. I know a lot goes into it. I don't think we realize how much work goes into it to get it to where it is, to be recognized at the level where our students are recognized. So thank you all very much for all your work and dedication to that. We will.
Okay, I think that's better. 1, 2, 3.
And finally, my list of FCCLA students. We have the FCCLA students. These students went down to Virginia Beach and competed in a competition at Virginia Beach, and were able to win some pretty good recognition there. So we wanted to see, I know a couple couldn't be here this evening, but we'll go ahead and recognize them anyway. Mr. Will Carver for first place in chicken fabrication, received 2 scholarships, one for $10,000 and one for $8,000. Megan Stecker, second place in the competition and received 2 $6,000 scholarships. Leah Mulhern received silver for level 3 knife cuts. Liam? Seth Johnson received second place in culinary competition and a $6,000 scholarship. And Tommy Carver received first place in chicken fabrication in his category. You're the Lone Ranger.
Thank you, Ms. Ligon. One, two.
And that concludes our recognitions tonight, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so next, we'll move on to 3.0, public comment. Was there anyone who signed up before the meeting? Ms. McNerney? Okay. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak to the board? Yes, sir. Please come forward.
Good evening, y'all. Sam Soger, District 2 parent. Y'all, I'm pretty consistently here as the only parent in the audience like every month for years now. I'm not just representing my family, but I'm here representing other families who are like conservative Christians who have sent me as their representative. So please understand that when members of this board reference that they are representing the community, it's frustrating and even condescending to the primary stakeholders like myself who are here putting in the time and effort to ensure the best education for their students. I listened carefully to your objections with the new textbooks, and quite frankly, I find it somewhat incoherent and at best frivolous. It feels like the true objective of some of the board members is to just muck up the works to get in the way of public education. The expressed concerns of this board are not shared by the school community. They are shared by folks with no kids or grandkids in the system. Maybe you represent the views of the homeschool community. Maybe you represent the views of the private school community. Well, whoops, this is the wrong meeting. Please stop your crusade against public education. We're trying to teach a new generation how not to be bullies, and yet here some of you are bullying the school administrators and the parents and the students. Would y'all like to know what's really worth your concern? Teacher and staff pay. I know too many teachers that are working not one additional job, but 2 additional jobs. Not to like have a luxurious lifestyle, but just to make ends meet. Like the starting pay for some of these staff positions is like poverty wages. Mr. Rokes can't fill these positions because if you're a landscaper, you could make a ton more dough in the private sector. What would the point be? We got to get that together. I know an honors history teacher that does DoorDash. Y'all. You're losing a veteran teacher right now to Nelson because the healthcare benefits at Nelson are so much more competitive. Like it's so much less for her, like month by month, year by year, to have health insurance for her family. So, this is the crisis that's going on for the schools, and I find it a shame that that's not your primary focus in every one of these meetings. Peace and love, y'all.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the audience like to speak? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move forward. 4.0, action item.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, last month we brought you first read on the policy manual revisions. We'd like to consider those revisions tonight, and if you have any questions, we're glad to try to answer.
Okay. Board, any questions for Dr. Wells?
I do have some questions, but I know we have a lot going on tonight. In the first section of policies, the only one that I saw, that I'd recommend not be changed was BCF, and that's where VSBA was recommending that the names of the specific committees be removed. And to my understanding, we're using those committees, and they're all good committees, if that's correct.
So the VSBA did remove specific names of committees off of the policy. I think what my recommendation was to the board was that if we want to have that, should be under regulation and possibly not under a policy, because a policy should be broad enough, but the regulation could spell out specific committees if the board so chose to have them specified. But I can go either way. I mean, you can either not adopt that one and keep it as is. The meat of the policy is the same. It's just that one did have a list of about 8 committees as opposed to that being a regulation. I think a regulation could support it better. That leaves it broader for the policy to be broader across all committees, not just specific to those committees.
I think my only concern was that the policy, by naming those committees, requires those committees to be around. And I believe we're using the committees. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so, to me, that the policy is what drives our regulation. And so if we remove that the specifics, then there's no legal grounds to require those regulations to be there, if that makes sense. So that was my thought on BCF. I was wondering, I would personally like to separate out JGDB, which is the discipline of students with disabilities, just to have a chance to look at that better. The student athlete sudden cardiac arrest. On EBBA, it talks about replacing nurse practitioner with advanced.
That's how they're that's how they're licensed now. So it's just a licensure type issue. It's not a different person. It's just how the state's licensing that.
So the requirements are still the same?
Correct.
Okay, so thank you for explaining that to me. And then EBCD on school closings. I saw 2 different ones when I looked on the board docs, so I wasn't certain if we wanted to look at that tonight or maybe we wanted to look at that another month. And then, let's see, sorry. Also, the FECBA, they were recommending removing the energy efficient construction policy because it's not legally mandated, but aren't we already operating that way? So help me understand why we don't want to have a policy that is saying this is how we're operating and we're going to continue to operate.
When the VSBA reviewed the policies in their 2-year review, and these came up, that one was because there was no code requiring it. They felt it didn't need to be in policy. If school divisions wanted to do so, that's fine, but they said having it as a policy mandate, that being in policy, since there's no code to support it, they felt it wasn't, the attorneys felt they could remove that without being, but the policy itself would still be effective.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, keeping it in there, it's going above and beyond.
Correct.
Okay. So I personally are for above and beyond. I don't, unless you can tell me why you think it would be good to remove it.
Well, the only thing I can say is that if you are doing construction and you don't meet some of those standards, as those standards change, it could hamstring you.
I can see that.
I can see that. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay. Board, anyone else?
Mr. Chair, I have one. I do not remember the policy numbers, but it was about requiring medical documentation, and it took that requirement away for teachers who were not under FMLA because they hadn't been here long enough.
Okay.
I think they still have access to, I think we give them 30 days off, and you guys were recommending we keep those 30 days of unpaid leave, but it removed the requirement for medical documentation. I wanted to get your perspective on that.
So we'll still go with the 30 days. I think that's where we have been. But the medical part, if I can get my brain working on it again too, I'm sorry, would be that, I think from the talking with the state on this was that it just made it easier for staff to apply for that without having to go through those types of hoops if there's something going on. So I have no difference either way or the other, but thank you.
I think it even took away having to have that like pre-approval or.
So I don't have the knowledge enough to speak to that as to what difference it's going to make. I don't think it would make a difference either way.
Well,
if
just
we
a
did it.
recommendation.
Yeah.
I know we set up our policy committee.
Correct.
Maybe
Bring
there
that
might
to
be
that.
one or two that we could get together and just sit and talk that out and see how that's going to affect the division. I don't know if Ms. Justice would have any that she'd like to recommend for that or not.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm definitely, not tonight.
Just so what I'd recommend is we go through the list of policies that you'd want to pull from tonight.
Uh-huh.
And then we can put those to the committee. And
Sounds
then the other ones we could approve.
Okay, that
If
sounds
that
great.
if that is,
Yes.
So can we get that list again? Just to make sure we have everything right.
so we know GCBEA. And we had JGBD, DB, JJAF, EBBA, EBCD, FECBA, and then BCF.
Yes, and I would add EC, only because it crosses out the technology use guidelines regulation in the bottom.
Okay.
And, yeah.
All right. So you'll need a motion.
And do we have the one that I suggested? I didn't have the numbers. It would have been.
Yes, that's GCBEA. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So we need a motion to approve all but,
Do you want to pull these?
sound like reading an eye chart.
Can you have your glasses with you?
Oh, no. Okay. So I need a motion to pull is it a motion to pull these or motion to approve everything but
You want a
those?
motion to remove those
Okay.
from the approval and then approve the remaining unless anybody else has an objection to that.
I make a motion that we pull policy BCF, JGDB, JJAF, EBBA, EBCD, FECBA, EC, GCBEA from the list of presented policies for review by the policy committee.
Okay, so we have a motion?
Second?
Okay. All in favor of the motion at hand? Aye. All opposed? Okay,
Now a motion to approve the rest.
and motion, yeah, okay. So now can I get a motion to approve the rest?
Motion to approve the rest.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
So the policy committee can find a time to get together and look at those.
We will send some dates out and see how y'all want to move forward. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, moving on to 5.0.
So next we have 5.01, which is discuss and consider approval of textbook adoption for K-5 reading. Before we get into that, last month we presented the recommendations from the literature review, textbook review committee to the board. During the month, Dr. Norman and I met with the chair and vice chair discussing concerns raised by board members over the recommendation. After that meeting, I asked the curriculum committee to meet to review the concerns that were raised and to evaluate the curriculum through the lens of those concerns. We have posted a memo to board docs summarizing the meeting that they held in their recommendation. Additionally, at your place, you'll find a copy of the original memo as well as a spreadsheet that addresses the concerns that were raised by the board members. And so the committee came back and still recommended the CKLA curriculum after the review. Again, I'll close my comments by just stating that no curriculum is going to be perfect regardless of what we choose. We'll need to make adjustments to best meet the needs of our students. So I ask you to consider the recommendation of the committee when you make your decision. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Norman.
I think you covered it all. I will say that the committee came together on Tuesday of this week and spent about 4 additional hours or 4 or 5 additional hours to review 61 concerns throughout the different lessons, units, domains, and addressed each one of them, kind of took a different lens on it. They had been reviewing them based specifically on science of reading and what that looked like and the new pedagogy that needs to happen in the classroom. They took a different viewpoint, different lens on how does it line up grade-wise, what's the alignment of that, the lens of is this, are some of these events traumatic, and what would they, how would kids in traumatic situations deal with that type of reading or that type of content, and had very good, deep discussions regarding that. I will say that at the end of the day, and through the chart, you'll see that they actually gave their information on why they felt the way that they did, but at the end of the day, it was once again 100% consensus to recommend to the board for the adoption of CKLA Amplify for core program for K through 5. And so now we would ask that the board discuss among yourselves and then provide Dr. Wells and myself what you would like us to do moving forward.
Okay. Board? Yes, sir.
Dr. Norman, the committee chose this textbook because you felt that was better instructionally to meet the needs of our students, and that Benchmark was your second choice, I think.
Open Court was the second
okay.
second.
What was the difference between the two? Like, how much better was this compared to Open Court?
Yeah. So the one thing that is very strong in regards to CKLA and what we're required to do now under the Virginia Literacy Act, the actual law that provides us direction on how all literacy has to happen in the state of Virginia. It is very specific. The new standards have come out. And the change in the pedagogy in class, the instructional delivery of what is done, is very, very different in regards to teaching a child to read, comprehend, and perform at a level where they're at grade level. CKLA does two things that Open Court or Benchmark did not do, and that is scripted information for the teachers and additional resources to help them implement a very strategically placed and paced curriculum. It does a little bit different than Open Court. Open Court actually does they teach the names of the letters in kindergarten before they actually teach the sound. And if you go back to research, when I was going through school, we learned the alphabet song, and we learned every week we had a letter. You know, A is for apples, and B is for boys, and bats, and stuff like that. And research tells you that's just not the way to learn letters. That's not the way to understand how to decode. And so Open Court is a type of, Open Court and Benchmark are kind of similar to what we have now. And the committee felt that with the change in standards that are very rigorous with what they have to do, that scripted information and the level of rigor of nonfiction text as well as fiction text is more prominent in the CKLA.
reason I was asking is looking at the responses, it seemed like we were going to be making a lot of adjustments to utilize this material. And so my question was, if that's the case, then would the next choice not be as good? But, and the other part of it is that it seemed like CKLA was, as you said, very, I say constrictive for our teachers because it's very scripted for them. And it may be taking away some of our teachers' ability to teach the way that they want to teach, the way that they think is best for the students. And so that's definitely a concern that I would have.
One of the things that we did talk about in the committee across the board and in the schools, and Ms. Wheeler, you can chime in anytime you would like to, is the fact that we're not taking away the autonomy of the teachers, just like they currently have with the current adoption and textbooks that they use now, which very seldom do they use those textbooks because they're very outdated. They have the autonomy to bring in and do what teaches them for CKLA is how to actually implement it with any type of content. And I'll say 50%, having 50% of CKLA is better than what we would have to do to supplement open court to meet the standards and the rigorous change in English and reading that we would have to do. We're going to have to work at both, whether we go CKLA and you ask us to remove stuff, or we go open court and we have to supplement. There's multiple things that we would have to do on each side. Less if we use CKLA. Ms. Wheeler, do you have anything?
Yes, ma'am. I would just agree that when you look at the new standards, the text complexity begins at kindergarten and goes through grade 12, and everything is based on science-based practices. And when we think about as students learn to read, as Dr. Norman said, our research shows us that our students learn to read differently than we thought that they did. And this research isn't new. It's new to us as educators, as practitioners. And so being able to have a resource like CKLA that is scripted to be able to help me as a teacher, be able to scaffold support for my students, I think is important. Our committee spoke to the complexity of text, the background knowledge that it brings our students. And when we talk about modifications to the resources, there were no major overhauls. It was maybe having a conversation to access background knowledge or build some additional background knowledge before using the resource. So it wasn't as if our committee felt like many of the texts could not be used at all.
Were we able to talk to any other school divisions that are using this to see, like, were they able, what type of improvements we're seeing within their reading?
Yes, sir. We were able to speak with another division that implemented, I think they're in their second or third year of implementation. They, even in their first year of implementation, just getting their feet wet, not using all of the materials, they focused more on the knowledge part than the skills, saw improvements in their overall test scores, spoke very highly. They did give caution to some of the content specifically for them. It was a unit about taking care of your body and being protected by vaccinations and talking about the flu shot. And for their school community, they felt like they needed to be more cautious with that, and that's something our committee talked about. And as teachers, just as you said, Mr. Childress, giving them the autonomy to be able to know my student population, how will my students respond, and how do I need to scaffold for that. But they found it to be very successful. It's my understanding that other divisions have recently adopted it as well.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Ms. Wheeler, what was the division that adopted it, that you spoke to, the neighboring division?
It was Patrick County.
Patrick County. Were you aware Lynchburg City didn't adopt it for some of the reasons that other board members have listed here?
I believe different divisions have selected some of the ones that we've reviewed. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When when we say science-based reading, we've been doing science-based reading, right?
No, ma'am, not the way that the research speaks of. When we think about science-based reading practices, we're talking about theoretical models that we as educators have just learned about. When we shared last month at last month's board meeting, we're talking about neuroscience, we're talking about speech, we're talking about all of the different scientists coming together to understand what does the brain do when it learns to read. And so when we're talking about these science-based reading practices, we're talking about models such as the simple view of reading, knowing that reading takes decoding, it also takes language comprehension, and if one of those pieces is missing, then I'm not going to have a skilled reader. We talk about Scarborough's reading rope, all of the strands that weave together to create that skilled reader. That's something our committee talked about specifically in the word recognition or the language strand, the background knowledge, the vocabulary that our students have to have access to. And we felt like that this program really supported that. The scriptedness that we're talking about for the phonics portion provided teachers with what they needed to be able to use those models to be able to move our students forward.
Have we used Benchmark? Have any of us used Benchmark
No,
in our
ma'am.
division?
Benchmark, I believe, was selected by Bedford County. The only reason I know that is because my sister is a principal there, and they are struggling with that.
It was selected by Lynchburg also. I think, honestly, I really appreciate all the hard work that you've done, but I don't, as a board member, I guess I don't necessarily feel like the concerns that were, I'm a little disappointed. I'm a little disappointed. I appreciate.
I'd
Yes,
like
sir.
to ask in what capacity is the point? I mean, they reviewed all 67 or so points that were brought forward. Now, we may disagree with that review, but I wouldn't say, I have a hard time with disappointed. I can see not agreeing with it, but they did take in what everybody put into context. These are teachers that are not first-year teachers. These are teachers that have been doing this a long time. So I understand we may not agree with it, but I have to take heartburn with disappointed. Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate you speaking up, Dr. Wells. From looking at the different things, I appreciate the science. I appreciate the science side. I concur with the concern that scripted can mean constrained. I understand and agree that whichever way we go as a board, there's going to be a lot of work for the teachers, a lot of work for our specialists, whether it's adding to or taking away. I personally, looking at the content and what to me did not seem equitable in how it presented different topics, historically, I would say. And this subject matter did not appear to me to be age appropriate. And so as a board member myself, I hate to go against the committee. I really want to work this way, but I personally am not feeling like I can support CKLA. I can support Benchmark. I've spoken to a couple different teachers and reading specialists from other districts and have heard some positives. I know it's going to be hard, though. I mean, no matter what we pick, the adjustment's going to be hard. But I want to be above board and where I'm at on the curriculum.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I do also appreciate everything that you guys have done up to last month, as well as I really appreciate the chair and the superintendent and assistant superintendent meeting with me and talking with me about my concerns. You were very patient with me, very understanding. I know that you've taken that back to the committee, so I do appreciate that. I know, Dr. Norman, you made a comment at the last meeting that one of the greatest things you loved about living in Amherst, I'm just going to have to read it so I don't get it wrong. The reasons that I love working here is we have a phenomenal team of teachers, and we do, who want to do what's best for our children. And you also said that we're not just taking what the state is saying and trying to do it, we're making sure it works for us. So I appreciate that teamwork because I never expected that I would come and question a reading program. I thought that would be the simple things, you know, just say, hey, yeah, let's just select it and move on. And I also have an appreciation for the science of learning, which I truly do not totally understand because that's not my forte. But it's my understanding that the science of reading was utilized in Central Elementary last year, and that we had great gains from that. So that does indicate, you know, maybe anecdotally or maybe, you know, somewhat, that there is truth to the science of reading. But it's my understanding that we did not use CKLA last year and that we can use content from other places. It does not have to be CKLA content. So I think for me, I want to separate support for science for reading versus content, because I want to make sure that this content is what's right for our children. I want to make sure that this content, not the reading portion, but the content that's going to be read to them every single day. Scripted lessons read to them. I want to make sure it is what our parents and our community want for our children. I want to make sure it's developmentally appropriate for our children. And I know the committee has looked at some of those concerns, and there's a spreadsheet. I'll be honest. If that spreadsheet was posted prior to today, I did not see it. So when I came in tonight, I saw it. It's several pages, and those are actual responses to some of my concerns. I have yet time to even read them, so I don't know what they're saying. Other than I did notice as I glanced at it that one of the comments was that, well, the teacher, when they're reading the script, can remind the students that this act of violence is not the way we want to behave. I see every time I pick up this literature, acts of violence. Now, I don't want to take everybody's time to go through those acts of violence, but we will just go through one mythology where one of the gods holds up another guy by his neck and he lets his legs dangle and he can't breathe. There's another one where a guy is chained to the side of a mountain and birds peck at him every day and he can't die. That's torture. Yes, a teacher can say these are only myths, but it's the pervasiveness that I find that's offensive to what I believe is the values that we want to teach our children. I don't think that our community wants to teach the values to our children that the way to solve a problem is through violence. We see it in 5th grade. What is the classic?
Hatchet.
No, it's not coming to me. The big Spanish book. That's a Don Quixote. You see it in there. You see bullying in some of these myths. You see things that are opposed and opposite of what we're teaching our children, and it breaks my heart. There is a document that I have given you. That's Virginia Department of Education Scaffolding for History. Now, I know we're talking about reading, but this reading is inundated with history. If you will look, it is built to what I think our community and most people would believe is developmentally appropriate for children that learn about self, then they learn about their family, their community, their state. Their world begins to expand as they get older. And you'll notice, kindergarten, what are they learning about in history? Community. In 2nd grade, well, 1st grade, Virginia, then the United States of America. 3rd grade, the world. And then 4th grade, and 5th grade, they start to go into more detail about our American history. And you'll notice that in 8th grade, there's a world geography, and in 9th grade, there's a world history and geography. 8th and 9th grade. The majority of complaints that I had that I gave the committee came from text that were associated with grade 8 and grade 9 content. They are literatures, they were ancient worlds. Our children will be reading in 1st grade 16 lessons on ancient Babylon, and that includes their gods. 12 lessons on the Incas, the Mayas, and the Aztecs. I'm going to go back to grade 5. There are more lessons, I forget how many, hang on. 11 lessons on the Aztec, the Incas, and the Mayas. And in that lesson, they actually even talk about human sacrifice. These ancient cultures dealt with very dark days and dark practices. And in our 1st grade, we have 28 lessons about that dark culture. We have in 2nd grade, 26 lessons about that dark culture. In 3rd grade, we have 24 lessons about that dark culture. And I wonder why, when I first looked at this, the first time I walked away with a feeling of heaviness. I can give you things in which Cinderella, 1st grade. Children are asked to discuss personal responses to being treated unfairly and connect these to the way Cinderella was treated. Is there anything wrong with Cinderella? No. And yes, we can talk about the ills of being abused, but to ask our children to stand in front of their peers and talk about their abuse, I think is inappropriate. Now, our teachers aren't going to do that, but this is a tidbit that's hiding. And Dr. Wells, I am disappointed because this content is very different. Our state does not even put the comparative religions into our curriculum until high school. The CKLA puts comparative religion in our schools in 1st and 2nd grade. In 1st grade, I believe they're comparing monotheistic to polytheistic religions. They are also, in the 2nd grade, they're learning about Buddhism, Confucianism, Hinduism, and they're making comparisons between those religions. So if you look at our policy that we have in Amherst County, policy INDC, it states, the Amherst County School Board is neutral in matters of religion. I'm going to bullet 2. They do not become involved in religious belief, disbelief, or doubt of any student. I believe, it is my personal belief, that if we place all of these religions and ask our students to compare them in 1st grade and 2nd grade at times when our families, our parents, are teaching their children about the foundations of their personal faith, that we will cause confusion in our children. They may say, okay, I believe in this particular God, but after learning about polytheism, multiple gods and goddesses, I believe that the children will say, I believe in the God that I'm believing in, but you know what? It's just one of many. That's wrong. That is against our policy. And our policy, whatever I do with it, says that we will not cause disbelief or doubt of any student. And a high school student can probably handle those conversations. But I do question, what is the rationale for including the religious components of these cultures in front of our children at that age? Our policy also says that we will respect diversity of beliefs and respects for each other's religion and or their non-religious views. And so the last sentence of that paragraph, it says, in that spirit of respect, students and staff members may be excused from participating in activities that are contrary to their religious belief. if I had a child in Amherst County Public Schools, and if they were teaching a faith that I was not believing in, I would opt my child out. And you know what? They can do that if this book is selected. But to me, when you count how many lessons there are, they're going to be opting out all the time. So why are we, when we can teach the science of reading with content that is not full of violence, content that's not religiously inappropriate for our children, why are we choosing this selection? The last part of this policy, which I think acknowledges that there is a time and a place in our schools to teach comparative religion. It says, we may authorize as an elective in grades 9 through 12 with appropriate credits toward graduation a comparative religion class that focuses on the basic tenets, history, and religious observations and rites of world religions. I think that's with purpose. I think the purpose is putting it at an appropriate age. So for me to support the Amplify, I would have to at least know that those are taken out. And that's a good chunk. That's a good chunk. There was a book that I know the committee says it was not part of our adoption, but you know what? It's in the selection for us to look at. So it makes me question what other readers are not there. Was about Taliban and the machine guns, and the girl got shot in the face with a machine gun. No, committee says we're not going to use it. Here's why I'm disappointed. This content should have been reviewed before it was presented to us. And it has now been reviewed, the 61 points that I made. I don't know if there...
It was reviewed.
Well, when I
Before.
met last week, you and Dr.
And-
Wells expressed to me that it had been reviewed from a reading perspective.
It had.
Not a content perspective.
But that is the job of the committee, to take their understanding of what they have to do to instruct in the classroom, look at it through the lens of a teacher in the classroom about instruction, and review the content, and review the pedagogy that they're going to use. When you brought concerns, I told you then, we had reviewed, the committee had reviewed, made a recommendation. I understood your concerns, and it was appropriate for us to give the committee a different lens, to actually ask them, please look and review it again through the eyes of what our board members are now asking for, which were two totally different. They did the job that we asked them to do. They did the job that they were required to do in reviewing it the first time. And we brought them back to do that again based on the board's request. Okay.
Thank you. I also know that the State Board of Education has approved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 textbooks that meet standards for teaching the science of reading. If you go to the Amplify, and there's a page with lots of dots. There are 9 categories that partially meets expectations. All the others are met, but there's 9 that fall short. If you go to the benchmark and you look at that page, there are only 3 areas that do not meet expectations. The open court, which is number 2 for our county, there are 4. So from a state perspective, the core Amplify has more areas that it only partially meets their expectations than the other 2. I do know that some of this in Amplify talking about background information and getting students ready. They do talk a little bit about what's in grade 3 from the perspective of ancient world geography, economy, government, art, innovations, architects. But it doesn't have anything about myths, doesn't have anything about gods. To me, we can do better for our community, for our children. I don't want to be in opposition to anybody, but my heart is bleeding for our children when they can't read, and we're bringing in things that are so heavy, full of violence, full of war. The words that I keep seeing over and over in the vocabulary are terrified, scared. I mean, you talk about it, it's there. And on Virginia Department of Education, Core Knowledge Amplify, program challenges. One of the first one is limited vocabulary. And if you watch any of the videos, the teacher gets up with her script. Class today, here's the vocabulary word, and they blurt out the reason and the definition. Here's the second vocabulary, blurt out the definition. Third word, blurt out the definition. There is no time for a kindergartner or a first grader to even absorb what they were talking about, and then they start to read. So the state is recognizing that materials have more limited vocabulary support, particularly in kindergarten and first grade, and that's what I saw. At the last board meeting, I asked about vocabulary. The state says right here, limited vocabulary support. If I keep looking, bullet 3. The other thing I asked and a question about was content knowledge for struggling readers. Will all of our readers who are struggling be able to access this? The state says the content of the knowledge building domains may not be accessible for all students. The fourth bullet, the majority of the instruction in the program is designed for whole group lessons. That was another concern that I had, was a whole group of students sitting there and just being talked to and listened to. The students that are top-notch, they're going to raise their hand and tell the teacher what to write on that T-chart. But the students that are struggling in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, they're going to be struggling to sit still in front of the teacher long enough to even try to listen. So no, I'm not confident that our students that are struggling are going to be able to access this curriculum. And apparently the state agrees. Board, I can share with you many things that are concerning to me. The reason I'm disappointed is that it's been addressed tonight that they can take some things and tell teachers not to say it, and they can twist it and change it. How do we know it's going to happen? And there's a lot of content that I haven't looked at, but every single time, because I'm always hopeful, I just sit here and say, you know what, I'm going to pick up one. I picked up Don Quixote because I'm going to be honest, I've never read that in my whole life. So I've started reading it. Well, compared to today, it's not as risque as it was then, but it does question and make our kids question. It's what they see real. It does have things in it that we don't support. It does have violence. It has beating people up to solve the problem. So I'm just starting to read it. But you know what? I want to pick up something in this curriculum and walk away and feel good about it. I have yet to do that. And I did see the one on vaccination, but I decided I wasn't going to do that because I don't want to bring anything political into it. So, for me, I'm not supporting this curriculum. Now, if there's board members feel other ways and they want to dig more and find out for more information, I'll listen. But I don't believe that our parents want curriculum that's going to cause the children to question their authority.
Board, anyone else?
I know we've discussed this and discussed this. Are we on a time limit that we need to make a move because of the law changing? Is that?
So the law goes into effect July 1st for Virginia Literacy Act. You as a board have to have an adopted core program effective July 1. You can choose to have that happen and adopt whatever you choose to adopt, or you cannot. We would have to submit, and we'll talk about this later on, the division literacy plan, where it says it's pending. And then I don't know, I've never been in a situation where a board hasn't adopted. So I can find out information for you.
Well, are we confident? Are we ready for a vote? I know how, two of our board members, but should we call for a vote and see how it goes?
Well, I need a motion before we could do anything, so.
Make the motion. I'll make the motion to call for a vote for, I guess, for the, material that was presented, CLK.
What you would do is either you're going to call to
Adopt it.
approve the recommendation from the
Approve the
committee to
recommendation.
adopt, or not to approve the recommendation of the committee. That would be your, whatever you choose to do as a board.
Yes, ma'am?
I just want to ask a question before we do all that, because once you do that, we
Yeah.
start a whirlwind. So, I heard what you said. Let me ask about the recommendation first. I mean, I've heard everything, and I read the spreadsheet kind of quickly, and I understood what was going on. On the recommendation from the textbook committee, we had, not names, but what categories of people did we have on there? I don't want to know the names.
It's actually listed on
I know, but
the
just
document.
for reference.
So we had a kindergarten,
Uh-huh.
first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade teacher, a reading specialist, actually 2 reading specialists, and an instructional specialist, and each one of those people came from a different elementary school. So all elementary schools participated in it. Each of our principals reviewed the curriculum and provided information as well. And then Ms. Wheeler and myself and Mr. Neighbors oversaw the process.
At any time before the spreadsheet, did any of those committee members disagree with, was it a unanimous recommendation?
In the first one, when they reviewed for instruction, it was a unanimous recommendation for CKLA and open court for second. And then as they came back they had lots and lots of discussion, but once again, the entire committee came to the same consensus.
Was that before, and I think I understand, but with the concerns, which I'm reading on the spreadsheet, and I see the responses. So after concerns of the nature of the lessons and the age specific of who was going to be doing it, the recommendation from these people was the same?
Yes, ma'am. They made several comments in regards to teachers already with our current textbook use or don't use material that they don't feel that their kids are ready for or able to grasp, or maybe one school will do it and another school, because they have a higher free and reduced lunch population, economically disadvantaged, and the vocabulary is not appropriate for that age, they won't do it. And so one of the things that they talked about was making sure teachers were given permission to use what they felt was appropriate for their classes.
So that's important, and I think we heard about that. So what we're saying is, just like if any of us would get it, let's use an analogy real quick. We read the newspaper. Some things we just don't read. It's there, but we choose not to read it. So teaching is a little bit different. So I shouldn't use that analogy, but what you're saying is, whatever we adopt, teachers have the discretion according to who they're teaching.
Yes, ma'am.
Not denying equity, let's be careful. But according to who they're teaching, they have a discretion of how to bring those subjects correctly. Strange word, but.
Yes, I can give you an analogy that
Okay.
one of the committee members gave me. It's like a Sunday school teacher teaching excerpts of the Bible. There are many, 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 many things, many wars, many sacrifices, many things that happen, and teachers know their class, their Sunday school students, and they choose age appropriate. They choose Noah's Ark. They choose, crossing the Red Sea. But they don't choose David and Bathsheba, and, they don't. They select what's appropriate for their students in their classroom.
Well, I think
And that's, I guess, the
that's
lens
important.
that they were looking through.
That's important, the lens. And so, granted that some of these issues, Cinderella, of all people, I think we've been reading about her forever and the stepsister. So we were able to teach that two ways, really, for the Cinderella side and then for the side of the stepsister, I'm just saying. So my last thing would be that unanimous decision after concerns, the committee still says that they have chose the best for this county. Now, I realize that we can get comparisons, we can talk to everybody, but I'm saying for this county, for those teachers who are gonna, these are the teachers gonna teach that, is correct? So you
Yes, ma'am.
ask people, that say, I'm not gonna teach it.
Right.
I read it, I'm aware of it, but for the people that's gonna teach it, do they feel confident that they could address the concerns from the board members?
Yes, that is one of the reasons why Ms. Wheeler and myself and Mr. Neighbors did not vote on it. We're not the ones in the classroom teaching it.
And before we even got started, were there any, without names, any parents who had opposition to this particular, enough to say we're not gonna do it?
We had one community member, I believe, who responded to the survey. That was it, I think.
So we've covered bases. Every
Yes.
base that we tried to cover for transparency, for knowledge of, you feel that we've covered that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I feel that I received good things from board members on this, and I received what you all have said. Now, the last question, I said that before, but I'm getting down to it. The comparison of the different, I think Mr. Childress brought these sort of things up. And I admit I'm not the biggest authority on this, but I'm learning. What was number 2? What was choice number 2 again?
Open court.
And the reason, if you would, that was not chosen?
It's very similar to what we currently have as an adopted textbook.
Not and
And-
negative, but and.
Right. And
I'm in
it
school.
is, and the CKL curriculum is different in pushing us forward into instructing the standards in a way, in a more rigorous way.
So,
It's a different pace to it.
I got you. So are we talking here, and I was listening to my fellow partner, Ms. Thompson, are we concerned, are we looking at DOE, are we looking at SOLs, are we looking at both?
I think as a community,
To choose the best, I mean.
we're looking at all of them. I will say that at the very onset, we were looking strictly at instruction, what that looks like in the classroom, how it lines up with SOLs, what the state's requiring with the new law. And then when Ms. Thompson and I met with Dr. Wells and Mr. Terry, that was something that she opened up and discussed very frankly, and it was appreciated, and I appreciated that. And so that's why we came back to look at it again. And I thought it was important that the committee heard that and that they actually took a second look at it. If I didn't think that there was concern there, I would never have brought the committee back.
So I thank you for that. And I think you explained it as well, Ms. Thompson, when you talk about the charts. Okay, I think I'm clear. I don't know, I'm not talking about voting, I'm just saying that it's it's not difficult in one way. I realize that we are teaching differently now, and differently is just an easy word. Kids are exposed to things, I didn't say it's right or wrong, they're exposed to things earlier than we can even begin to know. I go back to the Sunday school lessons. There was some vigorous things going on in the Bible days, okay? How you teach it and how you receive it, and then your parents can help you understand it. So that's a good analogy. And I think the same thing happens in the classrooms. I hope. Kids may come home and say, I learned this today, and it's up to the parent, if necessary, to change up that. When we speak about the gods, the little G-O-D-S's versus whoever else you believe in, that's a whole different subject. The mythology gods have been around and going to be around, and that's what the word mythology means. You tell the kids it's not real. Julius Caesar's not gonna ride in here right now on a horse, but hey, we're gonna talk about it. And maybe that first grader will receive it, or maybe they won't, but if we find that that's, as we go forward in education, I heard something interesting today, and then I am through, that we have to respect diverse cultures. We have to respect that in our teaching, and we have to make sure that we're in line, that our children are behind. That they don't go somewhere and say, well, I don't know who Zeus is. I'm just saying. So I am done. I'm not sure, but I'm done.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
What percentage of the reading specialists recommended this? My brain wants to say 60%. More administrators approved it, but I believe reading specialists was about 60.
She's pulling it up.
I think that's correct, but I could be wrong. I've spoken to several elementary teachers who said that they had about a week to review the material.
A week at their school.
At their school. Okay, so I'm assuming they're teaching all day. So maybe before school, after school, they've had about a week to review. So, I don't know, maybe a few hours in the midst of all the work they have to do. The teachers I spoke to, they just said they sort of put it back onto the reading specialist because I don't think they had a lot of time to review. There's a lot of content in this. And I find it that, I guess, disappointing that we only had one parent to review it. Because I think that if the parents see some of the things that I have brought forward, I think that they would have some concerns. And I know that we can say to a first grader that the gods aren't real. But I also know that a first grader learns to trust their teacher. And if the teacher is sitting there, 12 different lessons, and they have a different God, and they're learning about them, they do it again in the next grade, there's going to be one child out there who believes that's true. I mean, yeah, we can say they're not real. They call them myths. So when a child does believe in a monotheistic God, is that real or is that a myth? Our curriculum in Virginia says that our children should be old enough to handle these things when they get to be about the 8th and 9th grade, not 1st and 2nd grade, when they're developing their understanding, their foundations, their beliefs and their views of their community. I don't believe their worldviews start to develop until they grow older. And yeah, we need to teach that. And I respect Ms. Legg and Sam. We don't want our kids not to know who Zeus is. But they can learn about that in middle school. They don't have to learn about it when they're going to Sunday school or whatever church they go to. And the example that was given is that there is a lot of things in the Bible, such as sacrifice. But no, that is not what is taught in Sunday school in 1st grade. They do teach Noah's Ark. I have become accustomed to separation of church and state, as I'm sure most everyone has. And I've accepted that it's the responsibility of faith communities and parents to educate their children in that area. This curriculum, for me, flips that on the head. It will cause our children to question the faith that their parents are teaching them. And I have to speak up about that. Even if I'm ostracized for that, I do. I have to speak
Tell
up.
me where you saw that at. I mean, just give me an example of what you just said. I mean, I'm not
Well,
questioning negatively.
there's many stories about the gods
Yeah.
and the goddesses.
Yeah.
What grade? Are they in the?
1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade.
But I don't think it contradicts, you said the opposite. I mean, you said just what I was thinking, that we're not talking here about the spiritual religion side of that.
Well, it teaches the polytheistic religions. It teaches, does teach, I can tell you, I think it's in 4th grade, it does teach, is it third, fourth? Oh, in first grade, it does teach about the religion of Babylon, Amun-Ra, and the gods of ancient Egypt. Teaches about the three world religions. It has one lesson on Judaism, one lesson on Christianity, one lesson on Islam. Multiple times they're asked to compare the religions.
So your conversation, I remember that. You're saying it's not age-specific, but it's gonna be taught eventually. I
It
mean,
will be taught in
Yeah.
ninth grade.
Well,
Eighth
that's-
grade
don't you
maybe
think that's a
somewhat.
little late that they found that out?
No, ma'am,
I remember that in the fifth grade,
I
because I
don't.
remember the teacher.
I don't. In second grade, they have to compare Hinduism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. And there's multiple lessons on that. Then they are told that people believed in religion and gods because they could not explain things in nature that they did not understand. So I believe that our children, if they are being taught at home, as I think they should be, if they're being taught to believe in God, I believe that they will question whether it's just a belief because somebody didn't understand something in nature. There's a lesson on enlightenment. Then in fourth, more on gods in third grade. In fourth grade, there is 5 lessons on Islam, about the life of Muhammad. And then there's one lesson on the Crusades, which is war over religion.
I got you.
That's the extent that I've been able to pull out so far, other than, like I said, the cultures. And then oftentimes, they're presented in a very positive light. And these cultures, they had lots of things that could have impact on us today, and I think they need to understand that. But I don't think there needs to be an overemphasis at an inappropriate age that will make our children do a comparative religious study, which they will be doing because they're talking, remember we talked about yesterday, how does Hinduism compare with Buddhism? How does Hinduism, the next day they do Confucianism, how does Buddhism and Hinduism and Confucianism compare? That, according to our policy, is ninth grade content.
Mr. Terry?
Yes, ma'am.
I know here in Amherst, we go, mythology is mythology. And we know it's pretend. But these textbooks weren't made in Amherst. They are national textbooks. And there are states that are starting to teach mythology as actual religion, not fictitious. I know it seems a very far reach. I know our teachers aren't doing that, but it's not, it seems like it's from outer space to think of this being interpreted in such a way as realistic or valid. But these are becoming more and more religious choices for people. And in school, we're trying hard to teach our kids how to read and how to interact with their neighbor and to learn about 7 continents. You know, these are concepts that are hard for them already. So I think this is a very valid concern as far as the content. On another note, the snapshots, I'm presuming that the committee looked at these snapshots. What did they think of the fact that there was 9 partially meets expectations in the one that was recommended versus 3 in one that wasn't even presented?
It's been about a month since they reviewed those, so I couldn't off the top of my head tell you that. I would like to add, though, that on the committee, 5 of those committee members have children that attend Amherst County Public Schools that are elementary, that would be using this curriculum.
Is anyone else from the board? So we are in we're in a tough spot. We've got a recommendation from a committee who's highly thought of. They've done their due diligence. We're either going to have to take away, or we're going to have something else where we're going to have to add back. There is no perfect curriculum out there, unfortunately. So, board, it is going to be up to us to figure out whether we want to approve or not. So, is there a motion on the floor? Is there a motion be made tonight, or do we hold off?
Can I just ask one additional question?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Dr. Olmert, so last meeting I'd asked you about, this is Common Core aligned. I know it's approved by the state. Again, I just want to reaffirm there are no concerns about how it's aligned to the SOLs, because that's unfortunately the tests we're taking, giving our kids. So are there potential complications because this is Common Core aligned and we are SOL aligned?
I don't have any concerns when, that is the first thing that the committee reviewed, was the alignment piece to our standards. And our new standards in our English that the state has adopted are very similar to the Common Core.
Okay. Thank you, board.
So, Mr. Chair, again, y'all have a tough decision, and it's not one to take lightly. Again, I guess the options are this: you can approve the recommendation or not. If you don't want to go with the recommendation, you could make a recommendation for another of the curriculum that was there. I think the second one. And again, I think the reason that the committee went a different direction from the second one more so was the fact that it's more close aligned. They want to have a separation from what we're currently doing, so it puts more emphasis into the new standards. You did not, and I apologize that you didn't get this earlier, but the committee met on Tuesday, and they had to compile it yesterday to get it all into a spreadsheet. And so you got it. It was placed, I believe, early this morning when it was put on. So I apologize for that, but it took some time to compile all the information from the committee. So from that capacity, I apologize that you didn't get it earlier. But the committee did meet on Tuesday afternoon from basically 12 o'clock to 4 o'clock. And so then they had to compile the information from the committee into a document for you. So I apologize for that, but that's the reason it wasn't there earlier. And so I'm sorry you didn't have as much time to review. Again, if you want to delay your vote, that is fine as well. Again, what we need by July 1 is to have a curriculum and, move forward with that. But those are kind of the options there. But the longer we move down the road, so to speak, the longer it's going to take for us to get our resources for our teachers. So that's kind of why we wanted to start bringing it to you now, to give a chance to order. Again, I'll take whatever decision you make, and we'll make it work, and that's what we'll do. And so that's not an issue. But again, I did just want to say the committee did work hard on this, and I don't, that's the whole thing. Whether or not you agree with the recommendation or not, that is fine. That's not what and kind of Ms. Justice, just to earlier, the disappointment part of it, I thought, not that what we've chosen is, but I just want you to understand the fact that our committee did work hard on this and did take y'all's considerations into account. And that's why I kind of responded the way I did there. It wasn't there, but I just want to make sure that I did want to, take into account the work that our committee did.
I appreciate that.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
understand. I understand that's what you were responding
Yes, ma'am.
to.
I have a question. If we
Ma'am.
take the recommendation, and can we adapt it? Because I thought I heard taking things out or adapting it to some degree. Is that a possibility?
Yes, ma'am. As a board, you can adopt any type of textbook or curriculum, and as a board, you can tell us what you want us to use out of it and what you do not want us to use out of it.
Would that help you? That help those that are feeling a little?
That's a lot of work when I listen to that. I move to, can we put forth one that's not one of the choices that were put forth by the committee?
It's up to y'all to make a motion, so.
Okay.
We reviewed 3, so those 3,
Okay, you're familiar with.
CKLA, Open Court, and Benchmark were the 3.
I make a motion that we choose Benchmark as our curriculum for the coming year.
Okay. There's a motion. Do I have a second?
Can we go back to questions? Where's the parliamentarian? Where's my?
So, you can have discussion after a second. If
Yeah.
there's no
Oh,
second, the
yeah,
motion
that's right.
dies, you can have further discussion.
So I'm not hearing a second. So any further discussion?
Why don't we give I'm not singling you out, you hadn't had a chance to review this. Since Ms. Thompson and maybe Mr. Rossi had not had time, just a suggestion, Mr. Chair, had not had time to review the spreadsheet, which I think kind of says what we've been saying in opposites. Do you feel, and I know it's a time frame here, do you feel that we should bring this back for the final or not, Mr. Chair and the board? I mean, is everybody, you said open court? You said
Benchmark.
Besides, too many things here.
It had the highest, the low.
I mean, I never
highest
been in
marks.
this situation before, and I'm not on the fence, I know what I'm gonna say, but do we feel that we need more time or not? Or would the decision be the same after reading the spreadsheet?
I'll have to admit, it's a tough one, but I've got to go with what the teachers have recommended to us because they've done their due diligence for the schools. And they've come back and looked at it again from a second lens, asking for that. And their opinion did not change. So I'm ready, but I'm still up to the, I can go with the board if we need to put it off. I can do that.
I agree with Mr. Terry. I'm ready whenever everybody else is. I think you guys
I
gotta
just
feel
threw that
comfortable.
out there, but
Yeah.
I think we've heard enough, yeah.
And just a comment, you asked if, could we consider it if they were to make some adjustments? For me to vote for that, I would need to see those adjustments first. Yeah.
Okay.
Or could I make a suggestion?
Yep.
If we put it off, could we get a list of could we create the list? Because we're the ones that have the objection. Could we put that together, provide to them? My concern is that if we take too much of it out, then it's
But I
be
don't
more
think
work
we, I don't think we
than it would
should
be to
provide.
go ahead and adopt the open court to supplement that. You understand what I'm saying? So,
I'm not an educator. I just have a measly BA in mass communication, so I leave that to the experts.
But I think we have. I think the committee, I think you nailed it right there. The experts have told us, and you can't do much, I can't talk, can't do much better than reading specialists who deal with this. I wouldn't want to try to build a bridge. I have no idea of what to do with it. You can tell me till the sun go down, but people who are expertise in this field, and we're paying these people, not to mention the teachers and the other people, but the administrators here who are saying, let's do it. But I understand we could have a negative to it, but perhaps what you said is good. Let's do it and then see what needs to be adjusted. But I don't want to make a list, by no means. That would be coming from the other side, with maybe Ms. Thompson's suggestions here.
Well, I believe that spending $600,000 on curriculum that we're going to live with for 10 years or more, that it is worth vetting on the front end before we spend that much money, and I know we're short on time. If it is the majority of the board's pleasure for a more thorough review for the content. I believe that would be better served by teachers than us as board. But I think that it would be teachers that, where the rubber meets the road and they are working with our parents and the children. And that's gonna take a lot of time because there's a lot of content. So I'm not quite sure of any options that we have at this point because that's a heavy lift.
We don't have the time. Are we meeting, did we move our meeting in June?
June 6th.
So we didn't, so we're not, it doesn't seem like the board's in favor of number 3. It sounds like there's a lot of discussion around number 1. So I'm gonna put this out there. I make a motion, we go with option number 2, open court.
Second that?
So we have a motion and a second.
So you can have discussion.
Yeah, any further discussion?
I
Yes, ma'am.
just have one question, and it's more about parliamentarianism. So we have an equal number tonight. How does that affect chair's vote? I know in the past, so does it?
It's
Same-
same as
same as
always.
always.
Everybody
Okay,
gets
great.
one
Thank
vote.
you. Great,
So if
wonderful.
it's-
Okay.
If it's a tie, it's a push, it
It's a
doesn't
tie.
count. It doesn't
Okay, great.
pass.
Thank you. All right, good.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, so, Mr. Childress and Ms. Thompson, so you guys, why is it that you approved this one over, I mean, what is the glaring difference in a nutshell?
For me, the committee came back with that as their second choice. Personally, I think the benchmark, just based on some initial high-level review, would have been better, but I didn't support that because the committee did not support that. So I think the committee's view was that that was their second choice. That's one reason. The other reason, I think that it does support the science of reading. But the content does not, from what I have seen, and I was able to review some, does not have the themes that are full of violence, especially in the primary grades. They're more aligned with what I think the majority of our community believes is appropriate for primary grades. But yet they do use complex text and vocabulary and the same things. As we've been told tonight, you can teach the science of reading with varied content like we've seen in Central Elementary, which we found great success. So I do believe that the CKLA has resources and the open court may provide some challenges, but the CKL, as we're talking about tonight, is also providing challenges. So whichever way we go, there's challenges. But the committee seemed to think that if they didn't select CKLA, they could be okay with open court. That's why I would go with that, because I want to support them. I do.
So now my question is to Ms. Wheeler and Dr. Norman. I know one of the reasons why you liked the CLK was that it compounded over the years and helped with SOL testing and other testing. Does Benchmark do the same? Open court, sorry.
Open court.
I'm getting so confused.
Again, it will need to be supplemented, and we'll be able to do that. I think we would be able to do that easier than make the list to remove all of the content that the board would not be comfortable with.
I would just say it does spiral or scaffold, but I would say that the themes are themes that our students are very familiar with. For example, friendship, which kids should be familiar with. Many different kinds of characters, science cycles. They're things that our kids have background with, and I just wanted to share that that's one of the things that the committee brought up, is that our kids already have background knowledge about these topics, and the topics that they're going to see on their high-stakes test are not going to be about those same things. And so I just wanted to share that that is why the committee went the way that they did.
And that's the part that bothers me.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes us and Amherst less competitive when we're out there. I mean, I've got kids in college and that took the test and, came back and were like, they've never seen any of this before. And so that, to me, makes it really difficult for me to get on board with this, because I want our children to have the best competitive edge that they can possibly have. And so that makes it hard. I mean, and it's hard either way, and I get that, and it's gonna be work either way. But, you know, again, I trust the experts. Ms. Wheeler, I know, has children in the school system. I don't think she would pick something, and the other teachers, I know Ms. Dennett does too, that would, you know, that they didn't agree on, and they were parents as well as educators. So that.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Wheeler, is it possible that if we do select the open court, that complex text that students are not familiar with can be added?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's going to take work from our teachers, which they are currently doing. One of the things that they're hoping that a high-quality instructional material is going to do is take away some of that heavy lift they've been having to do to find supplemental resources. They spend a lot of time planning and pulling materials, as they've done right now with Harcourt, because that's not what meets their needs. And so I think that's kind of a fear of the committee, is that it's going to require them to have to go find additional. Yes, we can do it, but it's going to be more work on our teachers.
But I believe we have a large instructional staff at the division level that could help find those resources and purchase them and put them into the schools.
I'll defer to Dr. Norman on that.
I think your face said it all.
I mean, if you find a topic that our students are not familiar on, can we not find appropriate
We can.
materials
I
and
mean,
share that with
it's-
teachers?
We don't have a large staff here. We have Ms. Wheeler and a instructional specialist that handle all the literacy K through 12. So that's what you're talking about. So we have a team from the schools, reading specialists, that we would rely heavily on, and we have in the past, to be able to do that. When I talk about supplemental materials that we would be able to adjust open court, we would be buying another program to be able to add that rich content and text. I would not want the teachers to have to pull like they're doing now. They are, what Central Elementary did last year was an enormous lift for them. And I wouldn't want to ask our teachers to do that. So we at the division would do it, but it'll be a heavy lift for us as well.
Can we pull the resources that were used at Central Elementary? I mean, if what's making the impact is these complex text, and they're, to me, they would already be in open court, but if they're not in open court or benchmark, can those resources be duplicated?
Well, and the resources mainly were with word recognition, the strand of language, comprehension. So it wasn't individual text, like leveled readers or anything like that they pulled. It was a different component. And yes, ma'am, we could do that, but that's one tiny portion of the science of reading that they dealt with. In all honesty, whatever the board decides, we'll adjust.
We'll make it happen. We just need to know what we need to do.
And I think the good thing, Dr. Norman, is that heavy lift that you talk about, that's a one-time thing, right? You're not having to do that, so we're adopting it for 10 years. Any content, you should be able to create in that first year and then use that for years 2 through 10.
I would
Correct?
hope so.
Not necessarily, though.
So,
Well, no more so than,
Why not?
even if
No,
you
I'm just
adopted the
saying-
book and you didn't like the
Okay.
content, you're supplementing it. So it would be the same type of work.
Right.
So are they both heavy lifts?
For
And-
CKLA, for the number of things that you would want pulled out, that's going to be a heavy lift to research that and make sure that we've gotten everything that the board wants out. For open court, the heavy lift would be us working with teachers to figure out what it was that they needed. And that would be ongoing throughout the year. There's absolutely no way we could do that before the first day students come in August. It would be an ongoing thing that we would have to be doing and working with teachers to say, did this work in your classroom? What do you think that's going to look like? How would we use that in this level, in this domain? In all honesty, both of them are heavy lifts.
And I think regardless of whatever we do, the first year of any curriculum, really the first 2 years of putting the curriculum in place, is going to be a lot of adjustments. And so we can look at, I say, yeah, these are great to have, and then the teachers say, well, I'd rather have this support and this support, regardless of which way we go. So the first 2 years is going to be a lot of that regardless. And so, like I said, we'll make whatever work. And our teachers will do what they need to do to get the job done. So from that capacity, again, their second choice was their second choice, and I think we can, that is fine. Whatever decision you make, I'd like to keep it one of those two choices, though, and not go to the different ones the state has already on their list. But I think if we can go with one of those two choices, I prefer to keep it there. But however, which way y'all, and I know, again, I said it's a tough decision, and I don't envy your decision. But again, that's just, I think we can make it happen either way we go.
I don't envy it either.
Well, Mr. Terry?
Yes, ma'am.
I had heard from a couple parents, but I just wanted to say that open court was the one they picked. So I heard some positive feedback on that. Do we know what districts around us have voted to use that one?
Off the top of my head, I don't. I
Okay.
think it's posted somewhere, and there are
That's fine.
many.
I was just wondering if there was collaboration. I know there was collaboration, I believe, in the curriculums that were presented to the district, and then our committee worked from those. So I was just wondering if there was that. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? So we have a motion and a second. I'll call for the vote. All in favor of adopting
Open court.
open court? I didn't want to say the wrong one. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye.
I didn't say anything yet. What did we do?
We call for the vote. Ms. Ligon, are you asleep over there?
What? I zoned out for 1 second. Open court. Oh, yeah.
Yes, that was the number 2 choice. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, would you call for the vote again, please?
I will. Do I have the board's attention?
I'm here now.
Okay.
I was here about,
Yes, ma'am.
I heard what you said.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. So we have a 3 and 3.
So it's a push.
Okay. It would be different if we had all 7 of us here. Should we gather at a different time when we can have all 7 of us here?
So on the 23rd, we have that work session to finish the comprehensive plan. We have heard from 5 board members. There are 2 we had not heard from. If all 7 were there, I think we could do it then on the 23rd, which is 2 weeks, which would give you time to review materials and information, and we could, if needed, provide you with more information on open court as far as what the districts are using and things of that nature, if you wanted that information. But I wouldn't recommend, if we don't have all 7, I think I would, but then we'd go to June 6th.
Okay. Okay. So I would like to see us do it on, what was that date?
May 23rd.
23rd. Is that a Thursday?
That's a
Thursday?
Thursday.
Okay. And that way, and like I said, if we can get all 7, has everybody checked their calendars for the 23rd, who was here?
Yeah, it's scheduled for 1 to 3:30 right now.
Okay. Okay, and we're already planning to be here, hopefully, for the comprehensive plan.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, board, do your best to be here that day so we can try to do another one. Like I said, we want to have as many of us here as we can so we can get the vote taken care of. Otherwise, we do go to June, and I know we moved June on purpose because there were several of us who were going to be out on the following week. Right. So please check your schedules and let us know as quickly as possible if we need to move it to a different date. There were 2 other dates that were earlier.
Correct. There were 2 other dates a little earlier. but 5 were available on the 23rd, and that's why I had the majority for the 23rd.
Okay. Okay.
Do that this first, before we go into the comprehensive.
Yes.
Yes.
I will say, I have, I know you have an anniversary.
We're not gonna be here till 8 o'clock.
Right. And
No.
then, yeah, and then we do have.
Start at 1.
Yeah. And I do have the Chamber of Commerce dinner that evening, but I think if we're done, if we put our brains to it, I think we can come up with a solution and move forward on the 23rd. And that could be first on the agenda to discuss this and then move into the comprehensive plan. We have already made adjustments that you recommend for the comprehensive plan, so that shouldn't be as much a discussion as it was the last time.
And I think we had got the biggest of the 6 out of the way the
Yeah.
first time.
Yes.
And Dr. Norman, if you could, taking the two that we discussed most tonight, if you could weigh out what it's going to take to take stuff out compared to what it's going to take to put stuff in, and give us another bite of that, and let's see what we got on it. And
Not to add work to their plate, but would y'all like kind of a side-by-side comparison as to that?
That might be helpful. Only reason I
think y'all
didn't do that is because this heavy lift word.
yeah,
Pros and cons
Yeah.
that are
But just compare between
of what
of-
the lift that
of
we would
Open
have.
Port
Yes, ma'am.
and CKLA, so they can see
Okay.
that.
And I have a question. Because the committee recommended, do they have to vote on the recommendation and say, no, they don't want the recommendation? Does that make sense?
Right now,
I
Is it
think,
tie?
it's a tie, so that it's a
Okay.
push anyway, so they didn't select either one
Okay.
right now.
Just
So
making sure.
I think probably, we may need to, or they'll just have to make the decision they make. I don't think they have to make a decision based
On the
They
recommendation.
can
Okay.
just go with the direction they want to go.
okay.
Mr. Terry?
Yes, ma'am.
If it would be possible to respond to the differences here, that would be awesome.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, board. What number are we on, Dr. Wells?
I don't know. That's a good question. Number 6, consent agenda.
You can't even see my cursor.
I make
Okay.
a motion that we approve tonight's consent agenda.
We have a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Wells, that was quick.
That was a quick one. All right. Now we move on to administrative, Dr. Hood and Mr. Rhodes.
Wake up, Dr. Hoden.
Wide awake, sir. Couple things on the construction. Mr. Oakes and I will discuss that. I'm gonna, since Brittany has that loaded up, I'm gonna let Mr. Oakes go first on the high school.
And y'all can't see, but can they see it at all in there?
We got
Is
this.
that,
Yeah. So when you switch slides, Mr. Rhodes, just tell them which one order so they can see it, because they can't see it because of the technology tonight.
Gotcha. Mr. Chair, members of the board, the project continues to move forward. In the last month, the sewer line has been completely tied in. This right here is below the, what we call the G-wing, and that's where it's tying into the existing sewer line from the school itself. And the picture on the right-hand side is showing where the straw's down, the bank's been seeded, and that's, and the picture on the right, that's running, the sewer line comes out of the new addition, goes back between the weight room and the propane tanks, turns 90 degrees, runs behind the propane tanks, parallel to the school, all the way down to the G-wing, and then down the banks. All that is complete and tied in. And we'll flip to the next slide. Masonry, the masonry work continues. The picture you see here is looking from the corner of the new auditorium, looking back toward the school. So we're sort of right there where the cafeteria is going to be and looking along the line of the auditorium itself. And we'll continue to the next slide. Again, more masonry work, and this is in prep for the concrete slab has occurred also. This is just showing some of the block work and rebar that's going in to reinforce the block walls as they will go up here in the near future. Next slide. As we prepare for the concrete slab, And what you see there is, actually that power there is about 700 tons of 57 stone. This week we pumped in another 200 tons of stone, so a total of 700 tons of 57 stone has been pumped into the existing auditorium area. That does not include the area for the cafeteria that is yet to come. So a little bit of stone in this place. I've been around a lot of construction, a lot of things over the time, but this is one of the first times I've seen actually a conveyor truck like this. So basically the stone comes in, they take a bobcat load into a hopper that's attached to the truck, and by a conveyor belt pumps it into where they need it to in the construction site. So it's very impressive to watch this process go forward. We're moving to the next slide. This is just a picture of the truck itself. And as you can see, it gives them great flexibility. Instead of the olden days, wheelbarrow and or bobcats and those type of things, this makes life a much easier process for the construction workers. The gravel comes out. They are actually, every few feet, they're going by GPS and by laser to make sure they have their adequate amount of stone in there, and they rake it out accordingly. We'll go to the next slide. And this is right here is shooting across the backside of the auditorium where the classrooms are. And this is after they've laid all the stone down for the prep for the concrete. Going to the next slide. After comes the stone is the moisture barrier and also the mesh that goes into the stone, into the concrete right before they pour the concrete. That's what that picture is down the right. And again, we'll go to the next slide. And the arc you see on the left there are a bunch of pink, look like feathers sticking out of the ground, if you will, and then a chalk line to the right. That is the arc or the auditorium seating that there are over 250 spots that they surveyed, that Hurt Profit surveyed in this area right here to get that arc exactly where it needed to be. And then as you see, they formed up the frame for the concrete. The picture on the right-hand side there, you're looking at the flat part of the auditorium right behind the seats in what will be the lower section of the auditorium going up toward the stage, and that's the framed-in section that will be poured next week. Lloyd Construction has been doing all the concrete work and has done a great job so far. The concrete pour, so far we've had two pours of concrete, one on April the 29th, which was the first one, and then again on this past Tuesday on the 6th. The one on the 29th started bright and early in the morning at about 6 o'clock. Matter of fact, the first concrete truck was on the school property at 6 a.m. And I think we went through about 12 trucks that morning. And they were finished pouring concrete by about 9:30 that morning. Again, the telescoping truck that they brought in, that truck can actually empty a concrete truck in about 3 minutes by pumping it through. Gentleman on the right, as it pumps across, has great flexibility. He pumps it in and where he needs it to be. Then he has a whole crew comes behind him, start leveling it out and smoothing out the concrete as it sets. And the picture on the right there is the concrete slab prior to them getting on the machines to finish the surface work. And going to the next slide. As the concrete dries, the gentlemen come through with various machines to help level and settle the concrete in. One is hand operated, and then at one time there was about 5 or 6 of the machines on the right-hand side where the operators use it to finish the surface on the floor itself. And again, we'll go to the next slide. And that is the first pour, which again is back in the classroom area. I'm standing at the end where the band room will be, looking to the middle where the choir room will be, and then the far end next to the school will be the theater room. And this other picture on the right-hand side is looking parallel up the gym entrance, as you can see on the left, all the way up to the coach's office there before you go into the back hallway at the gym. Next slide. So far on the 29th, we poured about 136 yards of concrete, and on the 6th of May, we poured about an additional 75 yards of concrete, and we're nowhere near finished yet. The picture on the right on this slide here is a map of the auditorium in the classroom area. So far, what has been poured is the dark area, sort of a pinkish color in your print, up to the top, which is the classroom and the stage area, and part of the yellow down in what we call the pit, down in the lower part of the seats, and the 2 wings and the yellow area in the back there. The yellow area to the bottom left, which is right next to the auxiliary gym, existing auxiliary gym, and that area has not been poured yet. So, and then areas we're going to pour the 14th of May, which is coming up, will be the blue area, which is the oval, the round seats, and the flats part in the back of the auditorium. So the blue part will be poured this coming Tuesday. We'll go to the next slide. In addition, so a lot of work has obviously been going on in the building. The parking lot has been, had the sub base in for quite some time, and actually starting yesterday, the company's come in to put the base stone on it and to start the finishing process on the parking lot itself. And I believe, talking to the gentleman yesterday, I believe there's another roughly 700 tons of stone going in that parking lot as well. Going to the next slide. Electrical work. This is the existing mechanical room in the gym area. We have Moore's Electric has moved around some electrical cabinets and rewired a bunch of existing equipment in preparation for the new cabinets that will be coming in to run the new auditorium and the cafeteria area as well. But they have dug down and repiped all this, and now they're in the process of getting ready to start filling that back in. And everything is ready for the equipment as far as switching panels and those type of things will be coming in the near future. Going to the next panel. Door frames. This week they also installed the first of the door frames back in the education part in the classrooms and on the stage. So these door frames right here, what you're looking at, are the frames coming from the classrooms into the back of the stage area. The one on the left, I'm looking from the stage going to the classrooms, and the picture on the right, I'm looking from the theater classroom going back onto the stage. Next slide. Rooftop view. Ms. McNerney the other day says, I would like to have a picture from the roof. So what does Gary do? He goes to the roof. And so this is a picture from the rooftop. And as you can see, it gives you a good bird's eye view of what's going on. The left-hand side is the rear classrooms. The middle part where you see the 2 different shades of concrete is the stage area itself, which is about 2.5 times bigger than the existing stage. And then as you move to the right, you'll see the seating area for the auditorium. The part there in the middle that still has the dirt on it, that's what we'll be pouring on Tuesday, along with the area that has the blue vapor, the moisture area to the right is the more of the additional seating that we will have back there, and that's going to be poured Tuesday as well. So next steps, the masonry work will resume on the week of the 20th, where M&H Masonry will come back in and start laying block walls, and the building will start going vertical. Again, we pour concrete on the 14th, and they also already continued the footers around the existing building up near the cafeteria, the auxiliary gym, and then we'll start back out toward where the new cafeteria will be and come back around to finish that the angle over there and tie back into the auditorium itself. And with that, I'm open for any questions.
Board, any questions for Mr. Rhodes?
You make it look easy. Thanks for doing your hard work.
Like I said before, I'm going to relocate my office up there. Probably about 60% of my time is up there now. But it's important we have somebody there every day to answer questions and keep the process going. So it's interesting to watch you come up and be deeply involved in it. So we appreciate the opportunity. Look forward to continuing to grow. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, board? Thank you, Mr. Rhodes.
In addition, last week we went to the Planning Commission. The field house was conditionally approved. We did decide to connect to the sewer line rather than, so that would be less maintenance in the future. So as soon as we get those plans, we've submitted those plans as well, and we have that rendering. Ms. McNerney, do you still have that available, that rendering real quick?
It's not.
That's fine.
Not handy.
Yeah, that's fine. We can pull that back up. So moving on, hopefully in the next month, we'll get started on the field house.
Thank you, gentlemen. Next.
7.02 student suspension.
Okay. Mr. Chair, members of the board, you have in front of you the student suspension report for April.
Board, any more questions? Okay. Thank Thank you, Dr. Oden.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, next we have Ms. Laconich in Finance.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Tonight, we're going to go over the April financial reports for both the operational and child nutrition budget. So we're 10 months in. The one things I wanted to point out on the school revenue and the operational is you'll notice that there are some state funds that still are showing zero. I just want to say, don't worry about that. The foster care doesn't start till the end of May and comes into June. There's some career and technical education funds that doesn't come into June, as well as the federal land use. So everything is coming in as expected. On the expenditure side, on the object code summary report, you are going to see a couple new objects that are showing over budget. I'll point out the substitutes. That will increase. We've had some positions that we have used long-term subs. So while their salaries are budgeted up in the instructional line, they're being charged to the substitute. So there are funds to cover that. Also, there was overage in the medical supplies, but the school division had the requirement of purchasing some AEDs, so we were able to do that this year. The last thing I wanted to point out was on page 5 of that object code report, the summary by major categories. You'll see that everything is positive except for that child nutrition, and that's the one area we don't want to ever have anything negative. That supplemental appropriation you did this evening for child nutrition was done to cover that overage. So we've provided the standard reports, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Board, any questions for Ms. Laconich? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have instruction of Dr. Norman.
Sorry, y'all have me again. So the first thing that we'd like to do is just highlight our last school of the year. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Wheeler in regards to, she oversees our All In Virginia and Building Bridges to Success. Ms. Wheeler?
Thank you, Dr. Norman. Mr. Chair, members of the board, we're excited to bring our final school to you for our Building Bridges to Success program. Our students throughout the course of the year have had access to numerous Science Extend lessons, whether it be on Fridays or those week-long lessons, with their final week-long lesson happening the last week of school, where they will finish up building a tower. So we started the year with building bridges to connect prior missed learning to current learning, and then using that analogy of a tower of look how far we've come, how far we can go up. And so I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Cassisi to share how building bridges has been going at Amherst Elementary. So Dr. Cassisi.
Good evening, everyone. So at Amherst Elementary, I have to multitask here, that might be hard. We just have some pictures of our kids. We are highlighting one of our latest STEM activities, which was on earth and recycling. And during this 2-day lesson, students explored why recycling is important, why composting is good for the environment, and how they can compost at home. During group discussions, some students had compost piles at home. They were able to share their previous knowledge with their classmates. Students were excited to learn how they could recycle food waste to then reuse on plants and recycle it all around. At the end of the lesson, students created a poster of items that they could put in a compost bin. Many students were inspired, especially by their classmates who already had compost at home, and how the different methods that their families had used. And there was great interest in the topic, and a lot of them expressed going home and talking to their families about how they could start a compost pile at home. So the students enjoyed that one. I get the honor of giving you a reflection of the entire year of Bridge. So the picture, I don't know if you guys can see it up there, but this picture is from the first week of Bridge when we were building bridges. The enthusiasm from the student and the teacher, you can see it on her face, kind of sums up how everybody felt about the STEM lessons. Students were able to think critically, participate in hands-on activities, and test their products. Bridge provided a structured time for intentional supports for all students, but was particularly meaningful for students who had greater needs, as we were all in and groups are small enough to be impactful. Bridge increased collaboration at AES, not just among grade levels, but with support staff and resource teachers who, again, were all in the process. Because Bridge was designed to be immediately responsive to data, teachers were more intentional about the analysis of student work. After spring break, in particular, when Bridge was more flexible for teachers and they gained increased autonomy for themselves, they were more engaged themselves, the teachers, and the students were also more engaged in the process. So some areas of growth over the year, and that areas that we might continue as we fit in a remediation time into our next year schedules. At the beginning, Bridge was kind of a challenge for many students and teachers because they had to learn new digital platforms. Over time, some students became less engaged with the digital platforms, and they didn't try their best. It was just a lot of programs. So this sometimes created invalid data for the teachers who were struggling to monitor their students. They were working with small groups, and then there were students at their desk and monitoring and making sure they were giving forth their best effort so they could get the best data. So that became a struggle over time. As time went on, teachers began to better read the data from the platform, and that helped them to assist in judging student effort because they were working with them in class, and then when they were pulling them for a small group too, they were learning how much effort was really being put in. So there was a learning curve there in the beginning. Many teachers began implementing incentives as time went on to try to help the students put forth their best effort each time they were on those programs that were adaptive so they could help meet their needs. And this did help create engagement. So there was a lot of learning over the years for not only our students, but our teachers as well, as we learned a new process. This kind of just sums up all of our students doing the various different activities. One of our students says that, "I love it when we do extend activities. My favorite was making the maze with the toilet paper rolls." And right above it, there's a picture of a student who was doing that. And so asking kids, I went around and asked a few different kids, and they all loved the STEM, the hands-on, being able to think critically, and getting into those 5 C's that we need to have. So, are there any questions?
Board, any questions for Dr. Casisi?
Thank you
Yeah.
for
you
your
very
hard
much.
work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Casisi. The next part on the agenda is the division literacy plan. This actually is a requirement under the new law, the Virginia Literacy Act, where each division must submit a literacy plan. Please don't confuse this with our private Amherst County Public Schools literacy plan. That's like 100 and some pages, and it is up on our website. We've trained our reading specialists and all of our teachers, pre-K all the way through 12. It talks about the literacy diet. It will be adapted based on whatever curriculum that is adopted by the board. But this is actually the plan that we are required to submit before July 1 in regards to what we as a division will implement. It goes through several sections. The first is what is our specific literacy vision for our division and what that looks like. We do have a team that is led by Dr. Wells, and then myself, Ms. Wheeler, Ruth Matheny, Leah Gray, who is the principal at Amelon, a reading specialist, Ashley Hutchinson, and Mr. Neighbors, our chief of student services. Did I miss anybody? All right. Sit on that committee and meet with the superintendent, state superintendent every quarter, I guess you'd say.
And every month right now as we're writing it.
Yeah, and so it talks about what are our stakeholders, how are we informing them, what is that process. Section 2 talks about all of the high-quality instructional materials. That is where we actually have to submit to the state what core program that the board adopts for our K through 5, and then supplemental materials for our 6, 7, and 8, as well as our K through 5. Section 3 is all about the evidence-based research and the training that we've currently done, that we've done in the past, that we are going to be doing, and that we will do in the future. And who gets trained and on what process. I will say that every teacher will have to go through some type of literacy training between now and next school year in regards to the new Virginia Literacy Act. It will probably be a Canvas program or a module of some sort. But these are specific things that have to take place for our reading specialists as well as our classroom teachers that teach reading specifically. I see you pondering over there. You got any questions?
I'm good.
Okay. Section 4 is how we monitor not only our plan, but the process that we're going to use and how we progress through this, and where we're going to assess to see if the program is actually working or not. So we have some checks and balances along the way that the state superintendent, as well as the superintendents across the state, for each of the divisions said, okay, we got to figure out, is this really going to work for our kids or not? And these is the progress monitoring. And also the division has to do it, not just for students, not just for the schools, but we as a division level must monitor our progress as well. The last part is about engaging our parents, our caregivers, our community, and how we are keeping them informed of the changes or how we're asking them for input, as well as trying to get them to engage in the process that we're using. And we do social media. We are reaching out with our newsletters. Ms. Wheeler and Ms. Matheny do a math and a literacy newsletter that goes out both in English and Spanish, and that is done monthly, that they submit that. It's called the Literacy Links, that provides information to our families, and then giving information to our principals to send out as well. There does have to be certification by our superintendent, Dr. Wells, that we have submitted this, and it goes to the state on June the 30th. Any questions, or Ms. Wheeler and Dr. Wells and Mr. Neighbors, if you'd like to comment on anything?
So just, we've been working on this. We started going to meetings in February. And we have one more to go, so about February, March, April, May. We'll get this one coming up next week, and we'll kind of wrap up our part of this from the meetings. But so again, this is to have to you. We'll send it in by the 30th of June. And so again, whatever curriculum y'all decide to go on, we'll place that in there and then make those adjustments.
Okay. Board, any questions for Dr. Norman or Dr. Wells? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll move on to 9.02, retention. What I tried to do was to provide you information in regards to the process. I know that with new board members, it is my personal belief that retention sometimes does more harm than good. And you really have to be very specific and look very individualized at whether or not retention is right for not just that student, but that student, that family, and what the process is that we use. So we do have a lot of steps along the way that are things that we've put in place just to make sure that it's not just nilly-willy and a gut feeling, but that there's documentation in regards to retention. So there is, according to our policy, there is a timeline that we have. We have a retention committee at each school. And that retention committee, the classroom teacher, if they feel that a child needs to be retained, they complete the retention worksheet showing all the data and everything that goes with that child. If they're in IST, if they have their VKRP data or their PALS and VALS data, if there's any SOLs or anything like that, what are their grades? And then that comes along to the principal and the retention committee at the school level. The school level committee reviews that. They then make a determination and say, can we do certain things for this child already in the classroom to help move that child forward at a more rapid pace? Once that is done and they still have concerns, then that is brought to the division level after they have met with the parent. So the principal gets that information from the retention committee, and then they contact the parent, and then the parent and the principal and probably the classroom teacher in most situations meets with the parent to talk about retention and whether or not that is something that the parent is open to or not open to, or do they have concerns or not. That then is brought, if that moves forward, it's brought to the division retention committee, and we have one here. It is myself, Ms. Wheeler as the literacy specialist, Ms. Matheny, who is the math supervisor, Julie Albert, who serves in our student services department, and our pre-K program, early childhood program. We review all of the data that is brought forth and talk about, does that child have any supports in place? We always look at what's the end goal, what's the date that that child will graduate from high school, and backtrack that, because it is very hard to keep a child who struggles in school after the age of 18 because they don't have to be here. So that is always a significant concern that we have. If we can do things for them during the school year, or even if we place them in summer school or request them to go to summer school, we like to do that. We like to differentiate. We like to get them an IST, and we like to provide remediation and intervention services. So that is the process that we use. It follows the policy that the board has in place, and I will try to answer whatever questions that you have. I did do a chart for you that just shows you the number that we have in that we've consulted with already, to kind of let you know where we are. And this is pretty normal for a year. We rarely have over 20 that come to the division for retention. And I'll take any questions.
Board, yes, sir, Mr. Childress.
So is it safe then to say that all of our high school kids are meeting the requirements for the necessary credits to be in the grade?
No, sir. So in high school, it's much different, because high school you go on points, and so I can be designated as, I can technically be taking 11th grade classes, but be designated as a 9th grade student because I have failed certain credit-bearing courses. So if I take English 9, English 10, and I need English 11 in my third year there, I've passed English 9, I failed English 10, I failed English in English 11. I may be taking English 10 and English 11, but if I failed math, if I failed a history, if I failed a science, I didn't get those points, so I'm still sitting at a 10 when I need to be at a 15 to move to the next.
That's not what our policy says. ILA-R high school says students must obtain an appropriate number of credits in order to be promoted to the next grade.
So it's designated by grade level. So you technically, I would say you're retained. You're retained at the same grade level, but we provide you opportunities to pick up those credits within the year, if that makes sense.
So you could, it's based on the class, as you know, it's based on the classes you passed. So if you didn't pass, but out of 7 classes, you passed 3 as a 9th grader, you only have 5 credits, then you would not be considered. You couldn't get a 10th. You might be taking a couple 10th grade classes, but you'd still be in a 9th grade until you pass those classes.
Right. Whatever pathway that you've passed, you move to that next level.
All right, so they would be retained.
Yeah, right.
But if you did not pass, the only one that we don't keep and that we double up, that we don't retain, is English, because you have to take it every year. That's a state requirement.
So you would be a 9th grader maybe taking a 10th grade class, or a 10th grader taking 11th, but you'd still be considered in a 10th grade student until you pass enough classes to become. So some may become an 11th grader. They may go from 9 to 11 because they summer school and take enough classes or whatever. They can get those credits caught back up, but yeah, they typically will fall behind. So retention is more at an elementary level is much different than taking your core level, your content level class at the high school that you're required to have certain credits for graduation. So I think it's two different. I think we look at it as two different
Yeah,
things.
I look at retention for pre-K all the way, or kindergarten all the way through 8th grade. And then when we go from 9th to 12th, it is based on credit-bearing points and what they need for each grade level to move forward. Most of them we pick up with recovery at the very beginning of the year or over summer school. I would say maybe a handful are actually in a point system or credits below what they currently need it to be in. By the time they're seniors, they're sitting as seniors.
The reason for my question, I just want to make sure that we're not simply promoting kids to promote them. I don't want to retain kids any more than anybody else on the board or in the schools. But at the same time, I want to make sure that we're not putting the students into situations where they're not able to do it. If we're not getting them the necessary remediation that they need early on, then we keep pushing them along, they're only going to get further and further behind. And so then, as I was looking through the policies, I wanted to make sure that we are following the policies, and, you know, our middle school kids, any that fail 2 SOLs are supposed to be retained.
Unless they come to summer school or they submit to a summer program.
Does the policy say that?
The state actually in the standards of accreditation actually outlines that. The ILAR is a regulation, and we try to follow that as closely as possible to the state requirements. So for high school, it's pretty standard. We have to follow that because they can't get a diploma without it. For middle school, if they fail all of their SOLs, we have the option to retain them or send them to summer school on each of those areas, and then they can come back and they can get an expedited retake during that year that they have failed at that particular time.
2 or more,
So,
right?
2 or more. Sorry, 2 or more.
And I can speak to that a little bit too. So when I say right now, we don't have any retentions going into next year, we don't have grades yet, and it's all based on those credits. And so if I'm a sophomore at the high school right now, and I've currently got a 58 average in English 10, I'm not retained yet because I still have 3 weeks left to get my grades in, to get that grade up so that I can pass that class. So when we talk about retention at the high school level, it's all based on those credits and how many they have each year. And so that's when you're seeing that and it says that we don't really have any retentions right now, in 3 weeks, that'll be different.
Right, but hopefully you're building a list of kids that are potentially going to be on that retention list, and that you're working with them so that whatever they're missing on the grades or exams or whatever.
So that's on 2 different levels. So we have the overall school level, and as an administration and as a counseling department, we meet and we review those at the end of each quarter. Parents are sent notifications, especially the senior year, hey, your student is failing government, your student is failing English 12, they might be in danger of not graduating. So we meet on those students as well as a group. Individually, our teachers put in remediation plans within their classes, and those are conversations that we start having at the semester around December and January, so that we can make sure that those students are getting what they need second semester to get that credit that they need. Here at the end of the year, we put in kind of a major remediation tutoring plan for those students that are really close, and they might be teetering on that kind of D-F range. So our teachers are actually pulling those students, providing remediation and tutoring. We still have the after-school tutoring program that they can go to make up those assignments so that they don't have to be retained.
And if I can add to that, we also have a grant that we received from the state called Project Graduation that is run by Donna Ratliff, who has a wonderful spreadsheet that she keeps track of all the tests that are passed, all the classes that they didn't pass that they need to, and that starts actually in July and goes throughout the entire school year. Anything else?
Board, anything else for?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for asking about that.
Next.
see. Now,
Keep going, Dr. Norman.
okay. 9.3. Oh, good, we get to talk about textbooks again. Okay, so we have another textbook recommendation that we have made. Dr. McGinnis is going to present to you in regards to the humanity textbooks. We have two that are on for history. Dr. McGinnis.
Mr. Chairman and other distinguished members of the board, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Testing, okay. These committees' selection process that I would say was definitely not well represented. We had one community member who didn't fill out any survey, but came to talk to me about the issues with the textbook. This is the AP psychology book that we're talking about. It is for seniors who are going into maybe in the future, maybe want to be a psychologist. It is a basically college-bound course. It is an elective, and the teacher basically has no textbooks for the students. She's been working, pulling things together, and one of the resources that she pulled from as a supplement was one of the recommendations that have been made to you. If you look in the document, you will see how they voted on each one of the textbooks. There were a total of 3, the Myers, the Perfection, and of course the McGraw-Hill. All 3, basically, they rated basically the same, providing the same information. But if you look at the difference, the teacher felt that the Myers book brought a little bit more to the classroom. It was more classroom appropriate. There are, I'm telling you, when you talk about content, yes, it's controversial, but it is an AP course. And there are topics that they do face. But I know the teacher, and I've talked to the teacher about how this is approached if you come across a content that some might find offensive. She always sent a letter home first to the parent, letting the parent know and the student what's going to be covered. And if there's a topic that's coming up, she'll also let the parent know and the student. And if they would want to withdraw from just talking about that content, they're able to and move on. So that's one thing I wanted to make sure, because in any AP course, the content is controversial, and there are some topics, some issues that are controversial, but our psychologists, even today, our school psychologists, deals with those issues every day. So, it's how you approach it with the students. And I asked her some of the topics, I brought some of the topics to it. She said, I don't go into that in detail. We will mention it, and then we move on, and if a kid wants to study it further, they have to get permission from their parents. And that's when she sends the letters home to the parent. So she basically is asking for a classroom set of textbooks for her students. And that's what the first one I'm shooting for, is the AP course. If you look at what we get with that, if we order it, what I like about the Myers, and if you want to know, every school around this area basically use this book. They use version 3, except for 2, the schools use the Virtual Virginia version of the AP psychology book. So this is what she's asking for. She's utilized some of the portion and think it'd be a good suit for her students. Yes, the issues are controversial, but you all too have put in place for things that are controversial like that, how we should approach it, especially with parents and students. So the other thing we get with that is if we order a classroom set for her to use, we also get the online version for 6 years. So no matter the number of her students might change, she still have access to online for 6 years. So that was another positive that we looked at when we looked at this.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. McGinnis.
So we have two different books that we're bringing to the board tonight. The first one is the AP Psychology that we would like for the board to, we're recommending that the board adopt that for this AP Psychology course. The second one, I did ask Dr. McGinnis to talk to you about this as well. We have a world geography class that we're now moving from the high school, where we had maybe 1 or 2 sections at the high school, down to middle school, and it will be taught at the 8th grade. Most of the divisions around the region are moving world history back up to the high school and pushing world geography down to the middle schools. We are in line with that, and we'll be doing that next year. In order to do that, we would like to update our current world geography textbook and order enough for our middle school students. The problem that we have right now is that the textbook that we currently have adopted that we would like to re-adopt is, because the standards have changed, and Dr. McGinnis, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this or add to it, because the standards are changed or have changed and will be changing again. They are updating their textbook and will not have it ready for an updated version, hard copy, until January. They will have a digital version available in January as well.
Yeah.
So we would like to at least bring this forward to let you know that we need to adopt a geography textbook. However, I don't want to spend the money and then have to update that book again if we're going to do it in January, if they're updating their version in January. So we wanted to bring it. Dr. McGinnis, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
No, you have the information on how they rated each book. And once again, if you look at that, readability in both of the books was an issue. But they felt like that the world geography coming from National Geographic was more, could be more tiered to help our students out. The problem with the other thing that we had that I liked about the National Geographic is the skill book. And you have a sample of that. I just gave you a couple of samples of the skills. Well, I think we need to take we've been left behind as far as when it comes to history. We don't have any new textbooks. State Department don't have a curriculum framework. You can hardly get anybody on the phone to talk to because they're redoing this. And yes, it bothers me because I'm a history teacher. But what I do like about what they've done are the skills that they put there and the progression of those skills from kindergarten through. We need to start teaching the content so that the students can understand and have a love for history by teaching from the skills. Here's the facts. Here's the information. What skill am I going to use to teach this to our students? And we have an array of skills that they can practice. And I gave you an example from this textbook. They have a skill page for every skill you can name in this book. And so I think if the teacher teach that skill before they teach that content, then that would help our students to understand and hopefully get a love of history again. Because right now, a lot of kids do not like history for some reason. But I can understand because it can be boring, especially how it's taught.
Thank you, Dr. McGinnis. Dr. Wells, do you have anything you wanted to add?
Well, I would just add that, with the world geography, again, since they're making adjustments to the book based on new standards, that I don't think we would want to purchase that book right now. And if you would like to we may want to just look at that book again once the standards have been adjusted and the book has been adjusted to the standards. But I don't see, it's not going to be major changes, but I don't want to purchase the book now and then have to purchase new books in a year or two once the new books, once they make the adjustments to make sure we're in line. So, Dr. Norm, I think that's kind of where we are on
Yes.
that. And then the AP Psychology, again, we're asking for a classroom sit. Again, it's another one of those decisions y'all have to make that I don't envy. And so We've made do right now without a classroom set, but the teacher has requested that, so I'm just going to leave it there for y'all to discuss and ask any questions. Again, we don't need a decision tonight per se, but again, we did want to bring it to your attention tonight.
Okay. Board, any questions for Dr. McGinnis or Dr. Norman? Okay.
How many students are in the AP psychology class right now?
Currently, we have 22 students in there, and I think we've had 36 register for next year.
So it's a popular class, and
I think
it's
it's
one or two, it's two classes?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll have 2 sections next year.
This was the first year we've offered it. That's why there's no textbook.
This year, as in?
This current
This
school year
current
was the
school year.
first year we've offered it. So the students this year, the teacher's teaching, she's pulling the resources and things of that nature that she feels is based on the AP and so forth. So that's kind of where we are this year.
Okay.
Sorry, I have another question. Do you know what CVCC, I know, they have the psychology class there. I know my daughter took it. So I don't know, what book do they use? Do you know? Does anybody?
I don't know what CVCC used, but I bet it's Myers.
All I heard, it
can
was
find out.
boring, but I didn't get much else.
I bet it's Myers.
Yeah,
We can find out.
I was just curious.
Early colleges, I can't, yeah. My early college, I think it is. I'm not gonna quote it, but, I think I was asking, but I think it is.
But I can definitely find that out for you.
Thank you.
Board, yes, sir.
So, are you proposing to only buy 1 year of the textbook?
For AP Psych,
Yeah,
it'd just be a classroom set.
okay, you're just gonna buy, okay.
Yes.
So the classroom set is $5,000.
Yeah,
Roughly, yes.
yes, sir.
I was just confused because it said 1 year in the,
Yeah, one set, down at the bottom of that, they will get the instructional piece for 6 years.
gotcha.
Back-
Board, any other questions?
I think, Mr. Terry, my concern has been heard before, and that is not that controversial subjects are being taught, but that it is being taught from one side only and not showing both sides, which from an educational or a scientific perspective is imbalanced and of concern to me. Unfortunately, I don't have an alternative to put out there yet. OpenStax, I believe, is what has been used this past year, which is a free curriculum, not complete. The instructor has had to add to it. I really appreciate the conversations I've had with instructors, but it is a difficult decision.
It's the AP course, so I'm assuming it's all seniors? It is all
And
seniors?
it is, and it's elective. I mean, the parents have to approve that their child takes the course.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, would
Yes,
it be inappropriate to kind of get a consensus from the board members on how we feel about that particular book?
Sure, sure. Anyone? Just want to start? Okay, so I know, like Dr. McGinnis said, you're going to have some controversial stuff in there that's got to be covered. You either have a book or you don't. They either, our teachers can control how they cover things. And like you said, the parents can opt out of the pieces that they feel like they don't want their students to partake in. I know when we were in school, we had the same thing with our sex ed classes. I think if we have the book, that is what they're going by instead of going to let them go to the internet and find their own material. That's just my take on it, so, okay. Anyone else?
Also, the instructor was recognized for over 25 years. I think we need to trust her judgment. She taught this year without any kind of book, and you pulled from other things. I had one of my children had her. She's a great teacher. I trust her and her judgment. So, I mean, and again, this is being taught in how many months later, maybe 3 months later in a college level as well. So these seniors are prepping, because I know when my daughter took it at CVCC, she didn't have to take it in college. She already had it behind her. So it saves our parents some money. I'm all for that. But, you know, it's just, their maturity-wise, as a senior, they're still to 17, 18, and as a college kid, probably maybe 18, maybe 19.
Anyone else? Mr. Childers?
I'll give my opinion. Yeah, you know, always concerned about controversial items, but I think I agree with Dr. McGinnis and his comments, and it's one of those areas that in the field you're going to have controversial topics to begin with, and I think at the age that we're talking about with these students, I think at that point they need to be exposed to more things so that they can start making their own decisions. So, yeah, I think they're controversial items in this particular book, but I'm not necessarily opposed to adopting that book.
Ms. Ligon?
I've been exposed to it, and, you know, maybe when we get to our young people over here, they can even expand on that, but I don't have a problem with adopting it. Whenever the vote goes in, I'm good for it.
Okay. Ms. Thompson?
I appreciate the teacher, and I really do respect her approach that she's taken and the approach that I know that she will take. And while I wish that I could support the book, because when I've read it, it doesn't, as Mrs. Justice said, doesn't promote alternative views. There's just one view that's presented. And I don't believe that that is the view of the constituents that selected or voted for me. So to stay true to that, I will say no, but I do have great respect for the teacher and for what she's doing. I will be honest, when we approved this course a year ago, I was not made aware of that controversial content that was in there. I wished I had known at that time.
Okay, so in hearing that, it sounds like we were going to end up in a tie. Am I correct? You said no, right? I thought you said no. I'm sorry. I heard wrong.
I said I could support it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I heard other, so that's why I
I
was.
think the one-sided view, you know, obviously I don't like that a lot, but I think that also we rely on our teacher to use that to draw out in the class and the students to provide other views and, you know, take a deeper dive into it.
Good time for discussion.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at the mercy of the board. If there was a motion to be made, otherwise we can carry it over till we meet at May 23rd, that date. So, okay. Okay.
I was waiting for Mr. Childress, but I'll make the motion.
Can't do all the work.
I make the motion that we adopt the Myers psychology book.
Okay.
AP book, I guess.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Okay.
4-2.
Dr. Will?
Thank you very much. The next thing I would like to provide you is just, I think it's up on board docs now, but Ms. Wheeler gave us an update in regards to kindergarten registration. And the division totals, I think right now, are 239. 94 are pre-registrations, new students coming into the division, and 177 of our new and current have already been screened and ready. So thank you, Ms. Wheeler, for that. And we'll give you a final update on kindergarten in like July or August.
Any concerns over the growth that we're seeing in the county?
Right now, that's only like 4 students.
Yeah, I know
what
we're
we
not seeing it
currently
now,
have, but
They're
Are
starting to
we?
put up lease signs for
Yes, I know.
for that, and
That's his job.
that's why I'm asking you guys.
So are there concerns? I guess the answer to are there concerns is if the growth, as the growth continues, as the growth starts, people start moving in, and we'll get some ideas of these first set of apartments that are opening up. Are they, you look at the demographics, who's moving in? Are they college students? Are they, yeah. So, we'll see where that is, right? We don't know that yet because I know who he's targeting. However, as the developments continue, yes, there are concerns, and we're working with the county on some thoughts there and some ideas and how we can, and looking at our population densities at our schools and how much we can, take in based off of the class size reductions, things of that nature. So I'll have that for you next month. But
Great.
so we can look at that.
It's a subject that I'm really concerned about because I see a lot of growth, and
Right.
I'm not
Yeah.
hearing of a lot of preparation
Yeah.
as far as expanding, either
Right.
adding on to elementary schools or building new ones. Middle school's already capacity, high school's at capacity.
So, yeah, we've been working on the numbers and based off, again, class size reduction numbers in elementary school and how many different schools based on their Title I and all that has different capacities based, classroom sizes. So we have those numbers. We've been working on that, and we'll have it for you. I can present it next month. But we also have been talking to the county also about, about 9 to 10 years from now, if the growth occurs as projected, we will be looking at needing a new school. So that process, even though the school needs to be open in 9 or 10 years, we need to also look at the option of, okay, if it has to be open in 10 years or 9 years from now, we have to start the discussions like now,
Yeah.
so we can get all the appropriations done to get us there. So, yes.
A lot of preparation, and as you're seeing with the current construction
Correct.
project, that wasn't done overnight. It was a lot of
Right.
preparation, talking about what you're going to do, and especially if you're having to buy properties. So,
We had that discussion in our first quarterly meeting with the Board of Supervisors, the joint meeting. So it won't be a surprise to them when it does,
Yeah.
when the rubber starts hitting the road.
Mr. Baratt and I have had conversations about it as for planning purposes.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. 9.04, I've asked, as you can recall, at the budget retreat, you asked us, we provided you some information on summer programs, and you asked us to add pre-K and K, I believe, to that. I've asked Dr. McGinnis to come and provide you an update on currently what we have in our summer programs and who's already registered. Dr. McGinnis?
Thank you. Well, first of all, let me tell you that budget right there you can throw up because the numbers have changed. From down, I did this May 2nd, came around about a week later, we were up already 100-some kids. So right now we have middle school, we have 132 students now registered, which basically 58 of them are in advance, will be taking the advanced math there. High school, we have a total of 109 now, and we have 83 of those students doing the economic and finance courses. And we look at our elementary, we have 2 locations, that's Central and Madison Heights. Our Central numbers are coming in a little slow, but Madison Heights is growing. We have 100 slots at each one of those spots, so that's 200 students. And right now, we have 104 of those slots filled. When I say that, there's part 2 where the parents have to actually register through the Y program. That's how we do our accountability piece. And the Y is our partner who purchases all the materials for us. So there's a part that they have to do so we can get the students in the system for the pre and post assessment for the Y program. That is the Bell Excel program. And that's where we are. We're moving, and it's still growing. And cutoff date is Monday the 13th for middle and elementary. And you see the cost there. It's going to be more now.
Any questions from the board regarding our summer programs?
Yes, ma'am.
Just for clarity, Mr. McGinnis, You said at the elementary, we have 100 slots at Central and 100 at Madison Heights.
Well, we allotted 200 slots
A total
for
of
elementary,
200.
right, for
But
elementary.
then you said there were 104 slots that have been filled.
104 that have been, when I say filled, that means that they have completed part 2 of the step, of the
Okay,
process.
so in the chart, it's showing 145 pre-K through 5.
Oh, I gave you an update because these numbers have changed.
So how many do we have registered for pre-K through 5 now?
We have, let me tell you right here. Pre-K through 5, we have registered is a total of it's a total of 104.
So I think I understand what you're asking, Ms.
Yeah,
Thompson.
it's a total of 104.
So there's two different aspects to the program. So the 145 of those are the principals who have talked to the kids in the class, and that 145 is what Amherst County has gotten information that the kids want to participate. The 104 is that once they tell us that they want to participate, then they have to then go and sign up through the YMCA, and that is the 104. So right now, actually, I think the registered to date on Amherst County, I want to say it's like in 162, 163. We've gotten more in the last couple, but only 104 have completed Part A and Part B.
The total is 168 that have
Right.
requested to participate.
Right.
That's what,
Yes, I
right,
understand.
they have requested.
Thank you. And a follow-up question, what is the teacher-pupil ratio at the elementary versus middle school?
It's 2 to 10 at the elementary, and at the middle school, we try to keep it at 1 to 15. But the advanced courses, it's going to be a little bit more. We have 58 students. So I'm looking at either splitting that up to 1 to 15. So we have 3 teachers teaching those courses.
Okay, so I was just trying to figure out the difference in the personnel costs
Right.
between elementary and middle or secondary.
And the 2 to
is it
10 is
significant?
1 teacher and 1 aide in those classes.
Oh, in the elementary?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
That explains it then, thank you.
And I was so to tell you that they really appreciate you all allowing pre-K to come along with us.
I'm glad they feel that way. I'm thankful that we can include them, help get them ready.
And that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Norman. Dr. McGinnis. Moving on.
All right,
Dr.
next
Wells?
we have Human Resources. Mr. Gallagher is not here this evening. His has a son graduating from college tomorrow. So we have a new member with us tonight. We have Dr. Rose with us tonight, formerly Ms. Smith. Now she's Dr. Rose, and she'll be presenting human resources information.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. In your packet, you will find a memo that has been prepared by Mr. Gallagher, giving you the most recent updates regarding vacancies and how we've been working feverishly in the HR department to fill it with qualified candidates. This update was created on last week, and I can actually say some things have been changed or some vacancies have been filled in some shifts, but we are making excellent progress, doing a lot of interviews, meeting some excellent candidates. So I feel confident in the work that we're doing is going to bring about more fills for these vacancies before the start of the school year. Are there any questions regarding the memorandum?
Board, any questions? Okay.
Okay. In addition to your packet, you see the work schedules for the various employee status for licensed and classified personnel, and that is pretty much for your information. It should be a total of 4 calendars as far as work schedules in your folder. And lastly, wanted to give a friendly reminder about the May 20th retirement ceremony. We'll be honoring 17 retirees. I do know 4 of those retirees are carryover from last year because they retired after our ceremony. So we hope that you'll be able to join us on Monday at Sweetbriar College. Just a friendly reminder, they have a lot of events going on campus that evening. In your packet, you have a parking pass that looks like this. Please put that in your window upon arrival, and we suggest that you try to get there earlier as possible, before 6 o'clock, just because we know it might be back up with all the other events that are going on campus. Okay, and that is May 20th, 6 o'clock. Any questions in regards to any of that information?
I just had a quick question. So, in talking about the budgets and everything, the board pushed really hard for compensation increases for our staff to get us the amazing 4% increase. Any feedback from our teachers looking at retention? Are we seeing any positive movement and that, the work that we did to help support our teachers and increase pay are we seeing any results? We're not where we need to be, for sure.
Yeah, we're not where we need to be, but so far, most of the vacancies and people leaving, it's not due to what they're not getting. It's just things that happen, retirement, wanting to spend time with families, moving out the area. Those types of things are happening. But as far as specifics in regards to what you're asking, those usually come up when we do the exit surveys with people, and we haven't gotten all the results back from, I don't even think it's been issued out just yet. That usually goes out sometime in June before we close out for the year, and we'll be able to give you feedback on that very soon.
But the anecdotal feedback I've received has been very appreciative of the 4%. So I can say, just talking to staff around the county, that was something that's been very much appreciated. So we thank you for supporting that.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Next was 11. Is that what number we're on?
Yeah, we're up to our student representatives. Yes,
All
sir.
right.
I'll turn it over to them for their last evening with us.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This past month has been full of events, unity and spirit. The high school held another community tailgate that fostered a lot of togetherness, as well as a senior tailgate for our spring sports. We honored Earth Day, and we also have a new sustainability club at the high school. And then we also honored our administrative professionals on Administrative Professionals Day. And let me tell you, those ladies work so hard in our front office. I'm actually an office runner for one of my periods. And just seeing what they have to deal with and how they're always on their toes, they always know what to do next, it's amazing to watch what they do. We're also very thankful for everyone in our lunch programs, especially on School Lunch Hero Day. And then as May unfolds Mental Health Awareness Month, I extend special thanks to our counselors and just all parties that help on the mental health side of school. And then yesterday was School Nurses Day, and we thank our nurses for taking care of our students and staff throughout all problems, big and small. And obviously, let's not forget about our remarkable teachers who mold our minds and our hearts, especially during this Teacher Appreciation Week. The school has put together thank a teacher cards during lunch and just special little treats throughout the week to show our teachers how important they really are. Some recent milestones include we had our last senior breakfast. Our nursing aid program had their graduation ceremony. Welding Wars took place with almost all who represented Amherst bringing home a trophy, but more importantly, getting their names out into the field and having more opportunities to secure a job. And then seniors, we had our Golden A ceremony, Golden Tassel ceremony, and then band and concert and chorus just had our last concerts of the year, Monday and Tuesday of this week, which was a little sad for me especially. Every single one of these events just shows like how special really every single one of our students at Amherst County Public Schools really are. And then upcoming events include show choir. We're having our finale night mixed with our senior night next Tuesday at 7, and it's free, so y'all should come. Seniors have senior awards next Monday at 6, and this will be where many people will find out which scholarships and awards they'll receive. And then prom is next weekend. The 20th is the seniors' last day of school. And then lastly, what we're all waiting for is graduation on the 24th. The year is obviously coming to an end, and while it is very bittersweet, I'm trying to reflect on the memories I've made, the people I've met, the experiences I've had, and the lessons I've learned. I'm deeply appreciative of every single one of y'all for your unwavering support, hard work, and dedication to our school system. It really shows how much y'all care and how personal y'all take this job. This position of being a student representative has been a transformative journey, taking me out of my comfort zone and preparing me for the future, instilling in me public speaking, and really just helping me a lot with growing up, really. This summer, I'll still be working at Crossroads Camp and Conference Center and running dinner for them. And then this fall, as most of y'all know, I will be attending Sweetbriar College studying engineering science. I thank y'all for everything that y'all do. It has been truly an honor and a privilege, and I hope that I'll still see y'all around. Thank you.
Good evening. I hope you all have been doing great since the last time we met. So just a few sports games going on at the high school tomorrow night. Varsity baseball will be playing Rustburg at 7:30, and varsity softball will be playing Rustburg at 7. Our girls soccer team will also be playing at the high school against Rustburg, and that'll be at 6 o'clock. And the boys soccer team will be playing away at Rustburg tomorrow night. So the STEM, Governor School, and Early College programs have all been wrapping up the school year. At the Early College Center, we have been finishing up our exams and getting our last few assignments turned in. So all that has been just coming at us fast. It's crazy that it's all over. And the CVCC graduation will be at Divine Center next Wednesday on the 15th at 7 o'clock. So as we all know, this is our last meeting. So with that being said, I want to say thank you to everyone for allowing me to have the opportunity of being a student representative this year. I also want to say thank you for the work that you all put in. Before coming into these meetings and being involved, I had no idea just what all went on to help the schools operate. Between budgets, policies, and textbooks, there are so many tough decisions to be made in your seats. The only thing I ask of you all before I leave and get ready for Hampton is that we strive to change the way that a lot of our students think at the high school. And this means that showing the younger students that getting in trouble, being suspended, and not taking school seriously is not cool at all. Excelling in the classroom and being a person of good character should be the top priorities, while also striving to bring back a sense of true Lancer pride into our schools and sports. Having the right people as role models will be very important for the years to come. And then also thinking outside of the box to develop some mentorship programs between the high school students and the elementary and middle school students. I think that is something that we need to put an emphasis on for the years to come. So thank you all for this opportunity this year.
Okay. Okay. Board, anything for our student reps, or you want to wait until we're doing our thing? Okay. Thank you, guys. Okay. Dr. Wells.
Again, Mr. Chair, I just want to, as I said earlier, thank them for all they did this year, sitting here till 9:30, 9:40, almost 10 o'clock tonight before we get out of here probably. And their sacrifice they made to be a part of this, and just appreciate their hard work and sacrifice. So, and I wish y'all the best as we move forward. So for my part, budget-wise, the state is supposed to have their meeting on the 13th, and they're supposed to vote the 15th on a state budget. And then we'll have finally, hopefully, have some good, true numbers on what to expect. We don't. I don't want to hurt ourselves, but we don't expect anything terrible to happen. But we're not sure what it's going to look like, right? So, I don't want to jinx this.
Wow. Wow.
But we don't know. Again, they're keeping it very quiet in Richmond as they do this conference and committee. And they'll come out on the 13th and they'll have their meeting. But hopefully, I haven't heard anything that's not positive, put it that way. The VAST conference, I did attend the VAST conference at Hotel Roanoke on the 21st of April, and was able to, hit some conferences, talk to some people, and just do some work there. It was a good conference, and Mr. Neighbors he was there for aspiring superintendent's aspect of it. So he was there part of it as well. So it was a good conference to be attending. Some date reminders, as you've already heard, May 13th, senior awards at 6. The prom's the 18th. The retirement reception is the 20th, and then graduation is the 24th. We'll give you more information to come on graduation as far as if you want to ride the van over or drive over and get that, so you don't have to fight traffic. About a week or so out for graduation, so just be looking for that. Again, we'll meet the 23rd. We can finalize all plans regarding graduation then, but just be aware that we'll be sending some stuff out to you regarding that. If you want to ride the van, we can have a driver drive you versus you having to fight all that traffic. So we'll get all that straight for you.
Okay.
Another one that's not on here is May 17th. Dr. Bergen in Bedford County is holding a ceremony for the students that are enlisted in the military. And he's invited the neighboring counties and school districts to be a part of this. So it's on the 17th. It's at around 4:30 at D-Day Memorial. And so we have one student we have 3 students right now who have signed the paperwork to join the military. We have one who will be in attendance there. There'll be around 20 students total from Central Virginia area, from Appomattox, Bedford, Campbell, Lynchburg, and us. I've been asked to say a couple words there, so I'll be there as well. If you'd like to come, just let me know, and I can make sure we get that taken care of. It's on the 17th.
What time?
We'll be allowed in at 4. The ceremony's gonna start around 4:30 ish, depending. It may have bump it up a little bit earlier. He's kind of in charge of it because it is in his region, but yet he's invited us to participate, and I told him we'd be glad to. So if you want to go, just let me know, and I'll send something out to y'all about it and see if y'all want to attend. Additional, we completed our trout releases with the elementary schools. I enjoyed it. They enjoyed it. Thanks to Justin, if he's still here, for the press on that and the articles he did. So that was some very positive experiences for our students. So I appreciate y'all letting me participate in that, because it's a good few days for me to get out too and interact with the students and the teachers. This is Educator Appreciation Week, and so we want to thank all of our staff for all they do for our students. Thank you for all you do for the students and for our staff as well. And again, our teachers, and not just our teachers, but everybody that's employed here has a very important role to play in the education of our students. I don't want to say Teacher Appreciation Week, because we have to appreciate everybody. From any position in this county, we couldn't get it done without them, so it's very important that we recognize those as well. We do have the Excellence in Workforce Readiness Award that we are applying for. So I need you as a board to agree to let us apply for it, for the JVG program. So we need we need a formal motion for the JVG program. I don't know how it needs to be worded, Ms. McNerney, you probably have.
Just for the JVG program to be submitted as a nomination.
Okay. So if I could have
You state it, I'll make it.
Yeah, that's right. And somebody else
we need a
second.
motion for the JVG program to be recognized to be our Workforce Readiness Award.
That's my motion.
Okay. Okay, all in favor? Aye. All opposed?
All right.
Gotcha.
Thank you. And then we have something I just want to, and Mr. Crawford said to sit here all night for this, but I'm going to go up there and say it. Mr. Crawford, you can come on up. So as Mr. Crawford, Amherst County High School, so the Virginia Board of Education has awarded Amherst County High School the Continuous Improvement Exemplar Award in Graduation and Completion Index and Dropout Rate. This was presented to Amherst County High School. And so The Virginia Board of Education's Exemplary Performance School Recognition Program seeks to honor schools that surpass board-established performance benchmarks or exhibit continuous improvement in their educational practices. Through rigorous evaluation and assessment, Amherst County High School has proven its dedication to fostering excellence in education and ensuring the success of its students. Amherst County High School's achievement is a reflection of its ongoing commitment to academic excellence and development of its students. The school's leadership, educators, and support staff have worked tirelessly to implement effective strategies and initiatives aimed at enhancing student learning outcomes and fostering culture of excellence. So we want to congratulate Mr. Crawford and the whole high school staff and their students for earning this award.
Well, thank you so much. I truly do appreciate this. And I might be the one standing here accepting this award, but you guys know where all the hard work comes from. That is our teachers and our students, and you see the product we put forth every year with these two guys down here that have done an excellent job this year. But I just want to say a special thank you to our educators for putting in so much effort into this. The things we've asked them to do in my 2 years there, it's been different than what anybody's used to, but coming out of COVID, it had to be. And I won't say that there were no complaints, but I understand that, and we certainly understood that there would be challenges, but our staff has done an amazing job. And so I just want to thank them so much, but I want to give a big special shout out to Dr. Wells, Dr. Norman, and their team up here, because I don't know how other school divisions do it, but we don't do this without their guidance and without all of the effort that they put in coming into our schools, being in our classrooms, talking with our students, talking with our teachers, and making sure that everything is going the way that it's supposed to go. So thank you to everybody here in this room. Thank you to you guys, but a special big thanks to our staff at Amherst County High School. Thank you.
And that is all I have, sir. Opinion, any questions? Joey, do you want a picture, sir, Mr. Crawford? Yeah. We didn't get a picture. Yeah, everybody else.
Yes.
Come on down, Mr. Terry.
Thank you, sir.
You like? Get yourself together. I know she making it fast. You all over.
So Dean Rogers just gave me straight off in his trip.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Wells, did you say you were done?
So pending any questions, I am done.
Board, any questions for Dr. Wells? No. All righty.
No.
So board, it's now our turn. So, Mr. Childress, would you lead us off, please?
I will do my best to keep my comments brief, sir. First, I want to say thank you to our student reps. Congratulations. You've reached the end of this journey, and a new one is about to unfold. I've only got to see you guys for just a few months, and it has been awesome to hear from your perspective everything that's going on in the schools. And I love the fact that you're into welding. And it's just awesome. So I wish both of you the best in your future, and I know that you're going to be successful. So great work. Not a lot to report on my committee, the STEM Academy. Of course, they've been steadily preparing, as everybody else is, to wrap up for the end of the year. Our next meeting is scheduled for May 19th. I have a tough decision to choose of going to senior awards here on May 13th or going to senior awards there on the 13th. So I need to make that decision quickly. I did want to just thank the administration for all of your hard work and stuff. We talked a little bit about, we heard stuff about budgets earlier today and teachers' salaries and stuff. And I know that this board really pushed the administration to increase the wages across the board, and Ms. Lakonich did such a great job working to put those numbers together, and we certainly appreciate that. And I think everybody we know we're not where we need to be by any stretch of the imagination, and as we look for in the future for opportunities, that's something I think that this board's going to continue to press to make sure that we're trying to fix that, because I think everybody that's up here on this board, everybody that's in this room, we're here because we really have an interest in wanting to make sure that our students get the best education. It's really going to impact this community, our county that we call home. And it's one of the reasons why I'm decided to be on the board, is I wanted to have an impact in that. So I thank you guys for all of your hard work. And I know it's been a long meeting. We had a lot of discussions, and it seems difficult at times, but sometimes you've got to have those difficult moments in order to get past the hurdles and to grow. And so I appreciate all that you do. Dr. Wells, I respect you immensely. We've known each other for many years. We worked together when I worked here in the county, and so I appreciate all of your effort. I just wanted you to make sure you knew that. So, thank you.
Saunders? Ms. Saunders?
Well done, John and Lily. We really do enjoy your reports. They always are like the highlight. So thank you and congratulations and good luck. And that's congratulations to all of our students and staff and teachers. 25 years is such a huge accomplishment in one place. That doesn't really happen a lot anymore. So congratulations and thank you. Thank you for that. We're almost at the end. So everyone, teachers, students, and parents, finish strong. It's almost here. Congratulations, Mr. Crawford, again, and your staff. Well done. I think that's the whole thing. It's like, well done. We've made it to the end. Well, I can't say that. We're almost at the end. So, and it's a great partnership with businesses. As an economic developer, that's my jam. So, yay. Hopefully, any other businesses that listen, I always put that plug in. So, thank you all. That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cherry. So, Central Virginia Gov School the board met this month, and it was shorter meeting, but you got to see a lot of the great achievements that our students are doing through that program. Lillian and John, it has been a joy to sit here and look across from you guys. I've had the opportunity to see you at school, at the Golden A's, got to hear your stories and the impact educators have made on you, specific educators. At the beginning of the year, John, you challenged the district to work on engaging and making learning hands-on, and that there would be investment from the students into that. And I believe, that reflected the heart of this district, and I hope you've seen that through the year. And I won't forget the challenge you made to improve the opportunities for the high school students to mentor the elementary school students. And I've seen both of you embrace those opportunities that have been there and to dive in. We've had the opportunity to engage as a board. A board makes a decision together, but we're 7 people representing a lot of different viewpoints. And I hope you've gotten to see a sample of that, and likely you will be in positions to interact with individuals who have varying perspectives, maybe the same goal, but different ideas of how to get there. And an author once said, if you are surrounded by people that think the same as you, you don't think very deeply. And so one of the blessings is in these dialogues and these policy decisions, curriculum decisions, committees, you get to hear a lot of different viewpoints. I had the privilege this month to visit the high school and spend a day there and be in Mrs. Fayle's class, and got to be in Miss Ailes' class, and a couple different ones, and be in the cafeteria, and it was a great experience. It can't be anything but a great day to spend the classes in history, math, and science. I really value our students and our teachers, and I look forward to the other events this month. And sorry I took so long.
Completely fine. Ms. Ligon?
Well, we had a lower board meeting this month, and we approved the budget, and everything is right along where it needs to be. We also purchased a bus, and which we're excited about that, because it was a conversation about the divisions, couldn't spare a bus or a driver at times. So now Laurel will have their own bus and can take their little people wherever they need to go. So that was a great thing. Dr. Lewis doing a great job as we close out that. And I will be bringing back next time the graduation date at Laurel, but Amherst does not have any students at this particular time. Am I right?
Correct.
At this particular time. So that was good, and we all have been around town. The month of May is huge and busy. All the preparations for graduation, as they said. The ceremonies have just been beautiful. Sports has been, and stressful out there, but we've just been having a good time. So I was going to say something similar to what Ms. Justice said. It's still good here to hear all of the different ideas on all of our policies. It's not a one-way street, so I learn every time I hear what other people have to say. So I'm just excited and looking forward to graduation and early college graduation, and we thank the administration for all the hard work you continue to do as we're about to close out another year, but it's kind of a revolving door. We're just going right back in. And so, Dr. McGinnis, I've always paid attention to summer school and asked a lot of questions, so thank y'all for getting that back and rolling, and hopefully, I didn't ask one thing, is this all day? No, what is the hours again?
The middle schools are going from 7:30 to, from 8 o'clock to 12:30. Elementary is going from
8:30 to 3:30.
to 3 o'clock.
Good, yeah, that's good.
They have that enrichment piece at the elementary.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you for that. So with that said, I'm excited to go ahead with all the other great things that we got now.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you. Well, it's very exciting time of year, as everyone has said, and I'm looking forward to all the upcoming events, especially graduation. Lily and John, I just want to say congratulations. I know that y'all have worked hard to get here. Sweetbriar and Hampton will have you and be blessed because of you. I sit here and I'm amazed at what you do every time you speak to us. You both speak very well. You have wonderful hearts, and you always bring such a fresh, new perspective. I know it's been mentioned, John, that you talked about engaging our students, and that's something that we have really been striving for, and I know the administration has put an emphasis on, and our teachers are working diligently to do that. But tonight you've challenged us about good behavior, good character, and that does include good behavior. But the challenge of how we need to sometimes change our mindset, and those are things that we should have as good goals. So I just thank you for that. I want to say thank you to all the nurses and the counselors and every single educator. We could not do it here in Amherst County and meet the needs of our students. But Mr. Crawford, congratulations. Just your award has shown the end game of what all the teamwork along all of these years will do from all the nurses and the counselors and the educators. The team has done a phenomenal job, and I just am appreciative of that very much. The advanced math numbers warmed my heart because they were really great, because that's my forte. So to see that many students are engaging in summer learning for mathematics, I'm just right on. And I just want to say thank you to all of this, the administration and the board as well, for allowing pre-K and K students to join summer learning. I think that those students' lives will be enriched with that. I do want to say that I want our students to be prepared. I don't want the comments that I made tonight about our reading program for anyone to think that I do not want what's best and that I do not want our students prepared. I really do. I just want us to consider the rigor maybe in the appropriate grade levels. If our rigor in our history classes or our high school and middle school literature classes are not meeting the mark for them to be prepared on these tests, whether they're SATs or PSATs or when they get to college, then we need to do something about that. We need to increase that rigor. But to do that for K through 3 and place that burden on them, I'm not going to, at this point, I don't go along with that. I think for K through 3, we need to engage our youngest learners in stories that will do what John has said, build good character, teach them to self-regulate, and give them a good foundation. So if we have issues, I don't want to look at this reading program to solve all of those issues. I want to look at a reading program that will teach our kids to read. And if we have other issues, we need to work on them. So I don't mean to drag that in the mud, but I just don't want anyone to think that I don't have high expectations as an educator. I always have, and I always will. And then on my last note, I know our policy committee that we approved is meeting to discuss those few policies we pulled. I wanted to see if, Mr. Chair, if maybe we could get a consensus to let the policy committee work with Dr. Wells and the administration, and I've talked with you guys about this, to maybe just see if we have a need for a field trip policy or a regulation or something, as opposed to talking about that down the road if we're already going to meet. So I don't know if that's appropriate for the board, and we can.
Sure.
What are we talking about?
If the policy committee meets to discuss the policy we pulled out tonight, could we have an initial conversation with the staff about if we have a need for a field trip policy or a regulation?
Don't we have one?
I don't believe we have one. I think it's more practice.
We do, but it's based on if they go out of state, if
Yeah.
they are, and the board has to approve certain things, so it's very limited.
So maybe just to have a conversation to see if it needs to be updated or to
Strengthened.
Strengthened, yes, thank you. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, good. Okay. All righty. So, yeah, it's been a busy time. There's been a lot of things going on between the Golden A's and the NHS, and the play was phenomenal. If you got a chance to go see Beauty and the Beast, it was great. The trout release, I'd never been on, well, it's been a long time since I've been on one, but it's come a long way since the very first one I went on. And I was explaining to somebody that we take the kids up and release fish into the river. And they're like, well, that's just a way for y'all to get out and, just goof off for the day. And I said, well, I said, actually, the things that were covered that day, if you've never been on one, there's math, there's map reading, there's the ecology, there's macro and micro invertebrates, there's water quality, there's the watershed. There's a lot that goes on. It's not just dumping fish in the water. But the beautiful thing about it is a lot of those kids have never put their feet in Peddler River or any of the rivers that we have around here. So, to get them out and show them, hey, this is where you come from. This is where your roots are. And then we see the achievements at the high school, and we're producing quality students like we have here. This is our future right here. These guys represent us so well. Thank you guys for all that you've done the past, 10 months or so that you've been with us? You do bring such a great perspective in the fact that you take stuff back to the school and then you bring stuff back to us. It keeps us grounded, reminds us why we're here. And seeing you guys go off and, like I said, knowing that Sweetbriar and Hampton are going to get such great students, those schools will know you all for Amherst. And we are so proud of you guys. So thank you very much. And like you said, we have remarkable teachers. And we have remarkable teachers who are looking out for our students. And I know when they comes to those tough things that they have to do, they're out there looking out for our students. So we do, like Ms. Thompson said, we support our teachers 100%. We try to give them the tools that they can be successful, and we know that they've got your best interest in mind. And so they do a phenomenal job. I do thank Hickey for that program, just to think about students who, thinking about electricians or plumbing work as being a career, to be able to go right down the street from the high school and get that hands-on, learn how to do that. That is really a great thing for us to tout, that we can send kids there. And like I said, the more of those we can get, the better. Look forward to hearing about others. And they have a function going on. What was that date?
So the 17th, and
Okay,
it's 11, I think, to 5, but
Okay.
the actual ribbon cutting is at noon.
Okay. So, and like I said, seeing all the recognitions from the kids to the teachers to the 25-year veterans, we love recognizing everybody. Love to look out there and see a full crowd when we walk in. People are having to stand along the wall. It's great to see them come out and support each other. So thank you, board, for all that you do. Thank you, staff. You guys are great. Joey, I know you didn't take any credit, but you know what? You get a lot of credit because somebody's got to lead it, buddy. So thank you very much. And that's it for me. So now,
Pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia, it is recommended the board convene a closed meeting for the following A1 personnel.
board, can I get a motion?
Motion?
All in favor? Aye.